Okay, Dr. Jenna, the record has start. You can
Okay.
give your presentation. Maybe you bagi recap yang
Betul. Yeah.
okay.
I'm about to do that. Hold on.
Alright.
I'm sharing my screen. So basically, it's safer with the screen. Right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning. So it's 4 minutes before 8. Sorry that we have to pull you early for each and every single workshop because we need to fulfill the 4 hours requirement. So basically, I don't have that much slides because we are going to discuss more on the activities you're about to do. And so this is the workshop on substitute blended learning 102. Previously, we had the 101 just to dive into what the substitute blended learning is, the concept, the key components that makes substitute blended learning. And today we are here to recap a bit and also find out how we can align or try to assess. Actually, I've put something on the chat, assess our course whether it is SBL ready. So on that note, let me get to this. I'm going to recap something on the substitute blended learning, everything from 101. So because some of you may not be able to attend our workshop previously, and this is going to be a recap, I'm going to spend like 20 minutes or 25 minutes, and then I'm going to do some background check. And of course, I'm going to cover again the key components of the SBL and discuss the difference between Unit 10 BL and SBL because on the very first workshop, not during the casual chat, I found out that there has been a rising interest or perhaps a rising level of confusion among the academics of Unit 10 on BL. And then somehow, if the foundation is shaky, then rest assured that SBL will also be quite confusing. So what I intend to do is to clarify more on the SBL today. And to do that, we are going to have some hands-on exercise. And the discussion here will not be very heavy, okay? And also to decide whether we are going to go online or we are going to stick to F2F as usual or face-to-face. And also I'm going to touch a bit on the student learning time because from now onwards, everything will be incorporating your student learning time. And that means we are going to have to evaluate the task or the materials that we plan to give to the students, as well as how we want them to manage their time in fulfilling the SBL experience. So what is SBL without trying to accommodate the students' learning? So what we can say about this, the SLT will prove to be something quite surprising because all this while we have been doing last minute assignment. We had suddenly planned that tomorrow is the test. So those things crop up quite easily when it comes to so much of public holidays on Mondays, especially this semester. Correct me if I'm wrong. Many would not be able to plan carefully on our assignments as well as when we are going to decide on the test or assessment. Even the quiz are sometimes conducted on public holidays. We found several cases, and also we have also seen that assessments have been conducted during the weekends and Fridays, including Fridays, because we are following the directions and instructions from the KPT saying that we are not to have to schedule any kind of assessment during Fridays, Saturdays, as well as Sundays, including the public holidays. So on a note on that, so careful planning is the gist. careful planning is the crux of our attention today, because without proper planning, then everything will just go berserk, and you know how the students are going to finish and complete your task, eventually resulting in a poor quality of um, submission. So we want to avoid that as much as possible. And the third one is SBL template. So today I'm going to dive further into deep with you the template and teaching and learning materials and activities, whereby you're going to be seeing a Microsoft Excel spreadsheet with some contents ready, and it works as a sample for you to start working on your own course. And there'll be an overview of the different teaching and learning materials to select, because we want to be creative, and from there you want to be able to select which one is for which one. And rest assured that these things should be somehow carefully planned. I like to use the word today, carefully planned and tailored towards the learning outcome. So those are the things that we need to consider. And how do we want to incorporate these materials systematically? And often, sometimes, if you watch your Brighton closely, how many times have you checked the flow of your activities on Brighton? Rather than just putting all the slides there, the tutorial sheets, perhaps the laboratory manuals, and suddenly you slot in some YouTube videos, and also Panopto coming here, flying there. I can say that the assessment suddenly being put into the same column. So it's time for us to get strategically putting all these materials according to the plan. So SBL is nothing more than just a planned semester. And of course, it serves as a contract that what you promise for the students for that semester to be online must be conducted online. And of course, being informed early during the semester. So this is not the sudden shift. Today I don't feel well, so I'm going to convert this course into online mode. So this is something which is avoidable if we can plan ahead. But nobody can actually figure out when you're going to be sick, isn't it? But if you're away for conferences, for example, then this is the time for you to find out that particular week, for example, when is the date of the conference, and then substitute your classes. Hence the term substitute, replacing the class into online version. So with or without you conducting the lecture, whether it's going to be online or not, the students are well prepared. They are just left doing their independent learning, but later on you're going to just discuss back when you have the time and when you return to campus. So this is something that we can do with the SBL. Following that, the second half of the workshop, the SBL template or the assessment types is also going to be discussed, but I plan to have them together. And of course, the overview of the different assessment for SBL, because it's interesting. Everything is going to be online. And despite what we have as the instructions, or perhaps the circular, saying that, especially for College of Engineering, where we are following certain accreditation rules and instructions, procedures. We don't want to violate certain um, instructions. In order for us to conduct our classes, we need to avoid online as much as possible. So at COE, we see that kind of problem, but we can be selective when it comes to the topics that we plan to deliver it online, or perhaps how we want to ensure that they do it in flipped classroom style, or many more. And how can we incorporate the assessment effectively? So why effectively? Just now it was systematically. Effectively, because when we come to online, we know that sometimes, especially nowadays, when it comes to the artificial intelligence era, it's the rise of the machine, they call it. It's the rise of the artificial intelligence, that your essay writing assignment is just going to be just a piece of written AI manuscript. So AI assisted manuscript. So that's the thing that we want to avoid. Online is the key to some pitfalls. If we are not going to be very careful, then it beats the system. So we want them to learn and pick up the skills, but because of the instructions that we want to deliver, somehow it's too easy peasy. So what do we want to do about it? We have to carefully try to design it according to something which is not going to be able to be plagiarized easily, or perhaps something which is not just simply copycat, or even Google can do that nowadays, especially when it comes to multiple choice. Now with ChatGPT, a multiple choice question is just as simply as being put into this dialog box and be found for all the answers options. So this is something that we need to be careful about, online conduct of delivery. And when it comes to that, the hands-on exercise I've reserved for you right on the second half of the workshop would be to be able to adopt both, which is the SBL template as well as the SLT calculation. So these are going to be introduced to you. First time was during the BL casual chat. Second time I introduced you on the surface, really on the surface on SBL 101. And of course, everything comes to an end, so there'll be a conclusion, and I'm going to make some room for reviews and Q&A session. Right. So let me just silence this first. So let's move on. 7 minutes. 7 minutes past 9. So I want to know so much about you today. So let's find out about you on how you figure out your way with the courses using SBL. Have you been adopting BL comfortably? And I want to reach your understanding a bit. Okay, so get ready with your devices. So this is the thing I'm going to present. I hope I'm sharing the screen. Please alert me if it doesn't show anything. Do you see something on my screen? Okay, just something to check. I would like to have another screen so that you are seeing something that I see. Yes, okay, so I can get the view of this. Please go to Menti and use the code 83418895. Or shall I get back to, I'm gonna just go away from here, right? So don't worry, I'm gonna have some link. I'll copy to the chats to make it easier for you, right? So no worries. Is it too early for us to have a Mentimeter? Right, so coming back to the screen, I've posted on the chat. Now I'm going to present that again. Yep. So I'm going to give you a few minutes on this. So what is your current BL level? So this is interesting to know. All right. So this is cool. What else do you see? Okay. So actually you're seeing my screen as well. So it's interesting to see 7 of you are now at BL level 2. That's a good indication. BL level 3, you think that you're doing BL level 3, flipped classroom. Cool. And 3 of you are actually doing BL level 4, which is the advanced level at Unit 10. Both actually, BL level 3 and BL level 4, requires you to prepare somewhat like a document to capture the evidence in your Brighton class page. 9 of you are at BL level 2. I'm not saying that you should be staying at BL level 2. So when it comes to being adventurous a bit, you might want to explore on getting to BL level 3 and BL level 4. But there's nothing harmful if you wish to stay at BL level 2. For now, we are going to have BL level 2, 10 of you on this. Okay, so we have 35 minus 2, so 33. I'm expecting up till 33 different responses here. Okay, keep it coming. So to those who just joined us, what are we doing here today is to collect your responses on your background. So about you, getting to know you. So what is your current BL level at Uni 10? Before we talk further on your SBL. So you have 12 different people doing BL level 2. Good. Is there anybody else doing BL level 3 and BL 4? Don't be afraid. I can't identify you. Yes? So this is quite open. So can we leave? Still anybody wanting to share? Oh, okay. Another person on BL level 3. Good to know that. And please ensure that if you forgot to declare your portal with your BL level, please do so by end of the week. Okay, so only 18 out of 30, 30, 30, 34, 19. Keep it coming. But I'm not going to stay here, but of course, looking into this particular results, majority are now at BL level 2 and also implementing BL3 and BL level 4. So that means I'm quite happy after all this particular promotion, BL casual chats, and also reminders, it works a bit. Okay, or perhaps something like a reminder coming from the college. Okay, cool. So let's move to the next level. Ready? So it changes. So on a scale from 1 to 5, this is not Likert scale, but I like it to be that way. I just give you some feeling. Rate yourselves for the following statements. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 different statements. So which one are you going to be categorized in? I can't see you. Feel free to vote. Ooh, you can see the slider. I can see something. This works nice. Okay, there are only two of you, so this is not gonna be a true capture or presentation of the demographic background, isn't it? We are 37 at 37 minus myself, so 36. Keep it coming. I think I understand what blended learning is. So that is just a 4 that is going to determine what we're going to be having today. I understand what SBL is coming from where? I understand what SBL is. Okay, 3.4. How can I make it? Okay, it's better than average, isn't it? But now the problem might be coming from here. I understand what blended learning is, but it's just reaching for, oh dear. Okay, this is perfectly normal because I understand the differences between ABL and SBL. So that is actually a clue for the direction of 102 today. Although the intention is to do something on converting your course into SBL ready, but I think I'm going to have some time to stress on the points, how we want to see the differences easily and more conveniently. I understand the 40-40-20 SBL rule for online component. Only 12 of you. How about the rest? Average. Yep. Okay. Okay, keep it coming. Okay, I'm going to spend some time here because this gives us the direction of our workshop today. I understand how to conduct an online class. Oopsie doopsie, you have 3.8. Okay, remember the highest scale is 5. Okay, it's good to be honest with yourself. I can't see you, but I think there might be more to be done. Okay, so other than the BL Gazette, it was TLC Monday Marvel. Forget about Mondays. And we have BL Casual Chat. Perhaps launching a YouTube channel would be beneficial. What do you think? Okay, so it's just throwing some ideas there. I only have 17 out of 37. Where are the rest? of 20 more respondents. Where are you? Are you here with me? Or are you somewhere else? Are you in the traffic still? Or are you having class? Oh, you're having class and you're still attending the workshop. That's wonderful. Okay, can we stop here? Because I don't want to spend so much time with this. So can we agree on something? We are saying that only 3.8 out of 5. Slightly, not really slightly, can I say, it's not comfortably, but you still have some idea of what blended learning is, but to a certain extent, you might have problems um, conducting it or distinguishing it because BL at Unit 10 is different from the rest of the world's view. At Unit 10, BL is defined into 4 different levels, and now we are at BL level 2. And most of you are at BL level 2, and sometimes you might want to think, am I doing it the right way? So that is also the question, good to ask. Yes? Don't stop there, keep it coming while I'm saying something. I understand what SBL is. Oh, that's average. So out of 38 of you, you're saying that you understand SBL. Good to know that this is 102, but I need to reinforce your understanding. So I need to do some scaffolding, or perhaps I want to, reinforce certain concepts there. Oh, okay. Number 3, I understand the differences between BL and SBL. Only 2.8, normal, because but this one relates to I understand what blended learning is, and later on you're going to see something on SBL, but you cannot make out the difference between BL and SBL, so it's just totally fine. So today we are going to unleash the differences between this. I understand the 40-40 rule is just less than average, not even 3, but it has been conveyed to you in 101. But I want to keep it safe, saying that perhaps you missed the first episode. Okay, how many episodes are there? So there's only 101 and 102 workshops. So this time is 102, but I'm still going to get back to SBL basics. This is critical. I understand how to conduct an online class. So this is very good example. So 3.8, all right, more average. But how do I keep it to close to 5? So perhaps we need to do this again and again, isn't it? So I love to do surveys. So this one is going to be in the pipeline. I'm going to get back to you again after the workshop, perhaps as a completion of this series. Okay, so that is what we think. And let's move on to the next level. So what is your expectation of SBL 102? One burning reason why you joined the workshop today, other than I don't have any class today, so I joined the workshop, other than I'm going to get a certificate today because I attend a full hour workshop. So which one? Okay, so keep it coming. No answers yet. Just to provide that long answer, just 2-3 words is just fine with me. Okay. Expectation. What do you want to get from this workshop? We've got 2 answers here. Plan to conduct SBL classes next sem. Which one? The long sem or the short sem? The special semester. So I plan to conduct this. All right, by hook or by crook, we are going to do SBL, like it or not, in semester 1, 2023-2024. Refresh back on SBL, okay? We haven't done SBL actually, but this is a good start. We want to refresh back on SBL. Good to know. I need to understand how SBL works to prepare for sem 1. Okay, everybody is also belonging to this category. I myself wants to get more done to understand SBL. To learn about SBL for sem 1, okay, so we group this together. plan to implement SBL in my course. Yes, 1, 2, 3 belongs to the same category. Most importantly, hopefully it will benefit the student's performance. So the first time I'm hearing that you care about your student, most of the time you're just being selfish. So what does it mean? We want to plan to deliver for the students' benefit and for their sake of learning. It's not about us, it's about them. So SBL is the key to the right plan for the conduct of the delivery. All right. So plan to implement SBL to programming and few other subjects. So this is interesting. How best can we do programming with SBL? We'll find out soon. So I'm going to pick your course with programming to see what happens later. Plan to conduct in the special semester. Wow, already. Okay, cool. What else? To get more understanding on SBL, fine. To understand SBL more, to learn and reassure about SBL before start implementing it. Okay, so meaning we are still, shaky and we want to know more and enhance our knowledge. Number one, I want to understand better on SBL. I want to convert my course online to SBL format today. So you're going to get everything converted and you're going to be promised to be SBL ready for special semester. If you're not teaching a special semester, then you're ready for the SEM 1 2023-2024. So, is that all? Oh, there's more. To get more understanding. So I believe they are okay. Keyword here, how to apply it properly. So this is something that we want to be concerned about. Why? Because if we do it or deliver it wrongly, we've got a different idea, then it's going to be, what I can say. It's going to produce problematic results at the end. Can we say disastrous? And that's it. So can we move on? So a bit as a summary here, most of you are here. Perhaps you have followed the 101, but today we're going to reinforce something on SBL concepts and find out the difference with the BL and SBL, the differences, and also how to find out how we can convert this. Okay, so coming back to what we need to do. Goodbye, Mentimeter. And here we are. So I found out about you, and based on the reflections, I believe we can have a good start. Now, this is the thing that I've promised you. I would like to recap the introduction to SBL. So this is coming from 101. So it's nothing much really, but if I were to click here, it's just a monitor. Okay, so that means it's nothing to be shared. It's more of the discussion. So what is substitute blended learning? So if we want to ensure a very complete and thorough understanding, or a quick way to do things would be substitute in English would be equivalent to replacement, replacing, okay, to replace. So when it comes to replacing something, which part will be replaced? So we do this conventional teaching and learning in the classroom. So when it comes to conveying the substitute blended learning, it means that the idea is to replace some part of your delivery mode, which is the face-to-face mode, into online. So replacing what has become physical into online component. So what you are teaching normally in the classroom using slides and seeing the students face-to-face will be substituted as online, just like what we are doing today with the workshop. I supposed to have you perhaps in a seminar room to conduct the workshop, but I choose to replace it. So I do it as substitute workshop. So this is the online workshop equivalent to the physical component of the workshop. So this is SBL. Substitute means replacing one part of your physical class into online component. And there are so many things. Again, there's a monitor there. This is actually not by mistake. this is for you to ponder, actually. You have been doing this all the time. Forget about the lorem ipsum dolocit amit. So this is something about you have been doing this during the pandemic, and also you managed to substitute everything into online, isn't it? So you have gone through this experience. It's a very, can I say, it's a wonderful, costly, as well enriching experience. Why? Because you were forced to have your face-to-face classes into online mode. By hook or by crook, you did it and you managed it through the semesters. And you did the assessment as well online. So you managed them well. But have you evaluated what would be um, the results, perhaps the performance of the students? So you were surprised that the students were doing it badly in their assessment. Perhaps are they going to be, were they learning that well during that semester transition from face-to-face to online learning? So what do you see? What can you think about? So this is something for you to ponder. So why do SBL? This is to substitute whenever that you are not in campus. Perhaps you're away for conferences. This is the time, and it needs to have a careful planning. And from there, you know that, of course, using SBL, I can also select some difficult topics where they need more practice and they can have their own self-learning with the materials that you provide. So that is the wonders of SBL. And you can select that from your course outline. So which topic? By now, you're the subject matter expert. You should know that better. And how to do SBL. So this is the thing. The only thing, the keywords here for you to remember is SBL focuses more on your online course component. So if it were to be conducted online, is it just the lecture? No, it's also the materials that you're going to be supplying to the students, as well as having the teaching and learning activities delivered through online. And also, you want to conduct the assessment online. So this is SBL. Believe it or not, sometimes you might be there present during the class, like what we are doing now is synchronous activity, but you can also let the students independently doing their work alone or gather around, collaborate with their friends to produce discussions using some collaborative tools. It's up to you mainly, but you can conduct everything online. Even the quizzes can be conducted on Brighton without you seeing it. That is regarded as online. But online has two forms of delivery. One is synchronous. So what I'm doing now is real time. So that is synchronous. And if it to be asynchronous, I'm not going to be here. So that is without the presence of the lecturer or instructor. You are going to leave them alone studying or doing their assignments or perhaps attempting your tasks or quizzes. So that is SBL component that we are going to check on. So how do we do this? You have done this before, but we want to find out which one can be selected for your course content. So this is something that we need to find out. So more on this when I open up that guideline. So this is where some of the questions, key questions to acknowledge whether you really understand what's happening with the substitute blended learning before we embark on this later. One thing for sure, this is not a lecture. It's supposed to be interactive. Do you have any question? Do you have any question? You just I can't see you. I can see you here. Raise your hand, so I'm going to entertain you. Perhaps I'll go to the chat. Do you have anything on the chat? Okay. Oh, all right. Okay, so no problem. So just in case, just raise your hand. I can see you or put it on the chat. So I'm watching the chat as well. Okay, cool. Now, let's talk about the key components of the SBL. So indeed, remember the reflection just now, and when you read your understanding, you are still shaky on BL. blended learning. So what is blended learning? So a good way to do things would be to open up that substitute blended learning handbook. So I'm going to do just that later. And then you might be asking yourself, is it worth it to conduct this online or perhaps face to face? So which one is better? And some students, of course, based on feedback, they love to see you, they love to listen to your voice, they love to see you writing on the whiteboard. So those are going to be face to face. But can it be replaced by having an online equivalent online conduct of delivery? So that is also a question for you to find out. And also when it comes to SLT, so there's something about SLT that we need to figure out, the student learning time. So what we know is that 1 hour, one notional hour of student meeting us during the lectures, for example, 3 credit hour course. So you have 3 hours per week. That means they are sitting with us in the classroom for 3 hours. So that is going to be considered as 1 hour. And when they are outside the classroom, they're going to be spending on top of their 1 hour, notional hour just now, into equivalent 1 hour equals to 2 hours of independent learning. So if it were to be 3 credit hours, top that with another 6 hours. Yes, because 2 times 3. So that means out of the 3 hours spending time with us in the classroom, they still have to spend another 6 hours of reading or accessing your materials on Brighton, doing your exercise, doing your activities, as well as assessing or attempting your assessment. So that is student learning time. So can we look into this? I hope it is big enough for you. Okay, right. So in SBL, there are many options. So I want to reinforce your understanding of BL first. So what is BL? Okay, BL is what is regarded as what you have in the classroom behind the four walls. That is conventional, traditional. So meaning you don't do anything much. You just listen to your students when they're discussing. You're just lecturing using the whiteboard. So that is pretty much face to face. And of course, for the online delivery, that means you are doing it fully online. Like what we are doing now, I don't see you. Um, Using Microsoft Teams is the online tool and we are interacting. So that is what online is. But what is blended learning again? So the issue is if I bring Mentimeter, the one that you did just now during the um, early minutes of the workshops, to find your reflections on yourself, to gauge your understanding. So what happens actually, that is using a tool. If you use Mentimeter, behind the four walls, what is that regarded as? That is regarded as or portrayed or believed as being a teaching aid. A teaching aid? What is teaching aid? Teaching aid is supposed to be assisting you with what you want to convey during the class. So perhaps when you draw on the whiteboard, that means you have certain concepts. And then when you are drawing, that is the aid, the picture, right? But if you are doing Mentimeter to find the reflections, etc., using a BL tool, that is also something confusing. Let's not talk about BL term here. The tool, Mentimeter, is the educational technology or tool, and then you use it in the classroom. That is to be featured as the teaching aid. It assisted you during the class in order for you to gain the feedback and also to assess the materials. Okay. So what happens next? So if I say I'm using Padlet in class, if I'm using Brighton in class, what is that? It's just a mere tool. It's just a mere teaching assistance, teaching aid. So you cannot regard that as a BL, blended learning, happening during the class. You are, in fact, in the classroom. Say, for example, at BA4 or 007, so that is a classroom. But you are projecting your materials, the slides onto the into the screen, as well as doing some writing on the walls or the whiteboard. It's not the wall, sorry, on the whiteboard. And later on, you're seeing that you are conducting activities. Okay, everyone, you're going to be discussing this and posting some of your thoughts on Padlet. So this is what we're going to see. So that would be the teaching aid, merely teaching aid. Yes, you're using the BL tool, but if I'm doing with you just now, Mentimeter, so that is supposed to be online component. Is conducted online with you. So whatever which is delivered through the Wi-Fi, through the copper wire, through the fiber cable, because coming from the data communication background, I'm talking about that, we are dealing with online delivery. So that means everything online, use the Microsoft Teams, that is already an online mode. So take them together. Today, you have Monday class, for example, Monday class, you are seeing the students in the classroom, and then you opt for tutorial class to be online. So using Microsoft Teams the next day during your timetable class hour. So that is something that you can regard as blended. Why is it blended? Because one is face-to-face, and then you also have some online component of the class. So I want to make it clearer for you. During that week, you have blended learning happening. So that means you are having a face-to-face plus online delivery. But you might be thinking, am I doing it right all this while? Because you're thinking that you are using Mentimeter, you're using Padlet in the classroom during the class time behind the four walls. Is that blended learning? No, that is regarded as being the normal delivery, traditional way of doing things. And then the online portion is not there. It's just mere teaching aid. So I hope I clarify myself for the face-to-face in the classroom, online delivery using a video conferencing tool, just like MS Teams. So that is online delivery. Blended learning, which one? It's a combination of both. Okay, so that means you are upgrading yourself, your understanding into, so I got it wrong all this while, isn't it? But if you are doing flipped classroom, so take for example, flipped classroom, what does that mean? You are preparing the students using some materials offline. Okay, so this is something that I like to use. Is it online or is it offline? So better not use offline, because offline is something which is accessible through the computer without this instructor present. So online it is. Is it online? So materials online? Yes. So the course materials are on Brighton. Students are going to access them anytime, at night, in the morning. So this is the online asynchronous. So what happens next? You see them in the classroom for discussion the next day. So that is face to face. So is that blended learning? Yes. But is it happening at the same time? No. It's happening at different time, different location, different places. So this is a place, time, occasion thingy. So face to face plus online would be blended together, not happening at the same time. It's not coexisting. Can I say that? So it's the choice of word. They are not happening at the same time, basically. But if you have online on the projector during the class hour in the classroom, that is going to be teaching aid. So be careful which one is which one. So I hope that it clarifies what you should understand about BL. Okay. At Unit 10, there are four types of BL, which is the four level. One is um, teaching aid, okay, teaching assisted learning, okay, yeah, right. So what do you have there? It's just a matter of uploading your course materials and then your slides, your course outline. So it's actually not blended learning. If you can guess from there, it's not blended learning because it's just a matter of putting everything as a course repository. So it's nothing doing with the BL tools, etc. So it is still there. We do not want to remove it because it comes from a concept brought down by McKinsey. But you are already at BL level 2. BL level 2 speaks about enhanced learning. So when we say enhanced learning, it means that students sees the course outline. Students see that particular course material, yes, and do something about the slide, read them, do some summary, note taking, note making, and of course, that is already a higher level if compared to BL level 1. technology assisted learning. So from there, you're seeing you introduce some tools. You put in some activities. You incorporate Brighton quizzes in order for them to do the DIY quiz after some reading materials, for example. So that is a tool that can be done online on Brighton, but without using them. So that is regarded as online. So it is already enhanced. Let alone that you have your Padlet or perhaps your Panopto, you have quizzes, you have Kahoot, all those embedded inside Brighton. So that would be enhanced learning. Most of you are already at BL level 2. So it's interesting to see. Am I doing it right all this while? So that is BL? Yes. If you don't see them, yes, then it's online. Then it is the online component of the BL delivery. If you are using it merely in the classroom, is that considered BL? No, that is just a teaching tool, teaching aid. Now, we are going to open up a bit, enhance further. Fully online. Okay, so this is like what we are doing. Everything is delivered online. I don't touch you, you don't touch me. I didn't speak to you directly. But we are doing synchronous online. So there's something about the term. But as long as it goes through the wire or through the Wi-Fi, then it's safe to say it is online. So it's just that rule of thumb. Next, synchronous online. So what is this? We are here discussing and also doing some activities. So video conferencing, webinars, synchronous online. Is it online? Yes, it is online. Is it real time? Yes, it is real time. Is it recorded? Of course, you need to find out whether it's recorded or not. And that is online. Do you see your students in the classroom? Are you doing this in the classroom? Is it usual to do that? You speak here through the Microsoft Teams, but the students are actually sitting at the back there. Do you do that? So if you do that, that is considered hybrid. Okay, so that's a different concept. It means that some of them are present in the classroom, some of them are preferably residing at their home or perhaps in the accommodation elsewhere. They are somewhere else. So that is hybrid. So that means using Microsoft Teams, students are there sitting around you, but you're talking to the Microsoft Teams. Or perhaps you just have a DJI camera here, or perhaps your handphone was come to us. It's just a camcorder. So that is something that you can think about being hybrid. Synchronous or asynchronous, you can do both actually. Okay. And often, if you say that I'm watching videos in the classroom with my students, that is considered as a teaching aid. It's nothing more, right? So it's not, it's just an online assisted tool. Next, asynchronous online. So what about asynchronous online? Students access course materials and activities online at their own pace. Okay, so you're not there to supervise them. You're not there to keep on asking and bothering, bugging them whether they have completed their assignment, etc. So let them do their own sweet independent learning. So that is asynchronous online as long as they are having the materials, activities online, preferably on Brighton. So that would be the asynchronous online. Okay, so I've talked about flipped classroom. I believe you get the idea. They use the course's material to prepare. Way ahead, before coming to your lecture, discuss, collaborate, come up to a conclusion, and later on you being present there to provide the closure. So what is the conclusion from this activity? So that's what you need to do. Point them back into the learning outcome, and that is the real effective flipped classroom activity. So you engage them, you are going to assess them, up to you. You can also provide somewhat like a quiz later asynchronously after the class ended. So this is something that you can think about. There are many models of blended learning, but to thought that to lead to more confusion, even MOOC, MC and ODL, all of them are blended learning. So it's very big, it's vast. So I'm not going to just discuss everything today because we are going to move forward into discussing SLT as well as the course outline, right? So all in all, what I need you to remember, Okay, it doesn't go up here. So what you need to be able to remember is that students would have their own needs and preference. Remember, they do not like to have everything online. So be careful when it comes to the topics that you need to select. So this is regarding them. It's not about us, it's about them. So they are the needs of the students that we need to cater, and also what are the learning methods they prefer. So if they are doing mathematics or physics, for example, it's good to have a supplementary videos for them to be on Brighton so that they can check on what they have during the class, check their work with the one on YouTube. So there are many curated ideas or videos for you to put on Brighton. And also make sure that what are the resources that is going to be made available. So carefully choosing these different options will make things interesting, because too much information is going to kill you as well as the students. And of course, they need to be guided. Which one is good for us to watch? Which one is good for them to get the gist of the learning experience? So that is something for you to remember. And last but not least, the learning objectives of the course. So this is something which is very important, because after every single class activities, you want to get them back, pull them back into managing the learning objectives. Why has it been achieved? Do you understand what BL is? Do you understand the differences, the many types of BL now after going through this particular discussion? So it is something about a normal kind of lecture. Whether it's going to be online, whether it's going to be conventional, then it's up for us to design it properly, but still being tied into the learning objectives of the course. Okay? All right. Do you have any questions so far? Okay. You can unmute yourself, else I'm going to go to the message or the chat. There's nothing here because I need a bit of assistance. Just unmute yourself, introduce yourself. No. Okay. Cool. So let's move on. Okay, make it smaller. All right. Again, okay, nothing about the FTF or online. So this is something that I have already discussed. Even the SLT, rule of thumb, I've already talked about it so much, yeah? Okay, so to know about this, so I hope that you have concluded something from what we had just now to understand what blended learning is and what do you want to know about BL at Uni 10. We cannot run away from the normal courses definitions of BL. One is traditional, the other one is online. Put them together into a blender and then they become blended learning. So that is very easy, isn't it? But when it comes to substitute blended learning, it means something else. If according to the KPT, perhaps the MIPTA, the Dasar E-Pembelajaran Negara or DEPAN. So that is something like a policy that is based to shape the e-learning prospects in Malaysia for higher education institutions. So blended learning was described as support blended learning or blended learning support. What does it mean? Blended learning support is not replacing any of the students' contact hour during the class. Please remember that. What we are doing now is just, can we say, complementing, meaning we enrich the students' experience. So in any idea to top whatever they have learned in class with the materials that we provide to them. So that is blended learning support. But for blended learning at Uni 10, we have that 4 different things for us to fulfill. Flipped classroom and adaptive learning. So those are the higher classes. And substitute has been coined ever since 2019, but it was revived again in 2021. And we are now in 2023. But this one is implemented in IPTA. So most of the IPTAs are taking up this initiative. And substitute blended learning is one of them. This time around, substitute replacing the contact hour with the students. So that is the clear definition of all that you can get for these two different terms. One is supporting, complementing. The other one is substitute, replacing, meaning you do not have to supply anymore. You are going to use the materials in order for you to conduct online. So our definition of substitute blended learning is on the focus of online component. So much of online component. Right. So moving on. So this is something. Why substitute blended learning? We know that it gives somewhat like a flavor for the students to also take up the responsibility for their learning. Why? Because they're spoon-fed during the lecture, isn't it? So when they go back to the hostel's accommodation, they're going to learn themselves, pick up the pace where they left off. Because students are not going to be in the same package. They are not going to be uniform, standardized, having the learning standardized. The understanding, comprehension is different from one person to another. It's not a one size fits all. So that is something that we need to remember. So having blended learning means that we offer them some materials, perhaps ways for them to cover up a bit on what they are lacking during the class. They look back into the materials. They do some online studying just to get back to where they should be. So this is complementary, previously done at Unit 10, but we do not want to ditch. We do not want to just throw away the initiative because it is still ongoing until BOL 2025, meaning that is the initiative, but until 2025, I'm still having to report the progress of BL levels at Unit 10 and how far have you actually adopted this BL in the right way. So now that we have clarified what's the differences between BL and SBL, so we understand the flexibility that we can gain from online learning. And that's the reason why we're moving into digital learning. So we have our very own center, Digital Learning Center, offering on digital courses, but that's a different story. Now that we have the online component in our course, we can design it such that it gives the students the flexibility, the flavor of having to focus online because remember during the class time, if that student happens to be sitting at the back, then they're going to do some note taking. So they might miss some information while listening to you. But if it were to be Microsoft Teams recorded, so this is going to simplify the way that they are doing their note making, meaning they're doing something afterwards. They're going to rewatch the whole video in order for them to understand what is missing. So this is somewhat completing the gap or perhaps complementing what they are missing in class. That's the reason why we are selecting difficult topics for some reason. So this is again up to you when it comes to designing the SBL. And of course, SBL is also in support of the traditional classroom instruction. Sometimes you cannot convey everything in the classroom. You just have a limited 1 hour, 60 minutes. Not really 60 minutes, it's just 50 minutes. Okay, when it comes to waiting for the students to come in, there goes another 5-10 minutes. That's it. So whatever which is going to be gone during the traditional classroom setting will be much compensated using online instruction. So this is the flexibility that we are offering with SBL. All right. So I believe we are moving into the next slide. So can we have like 5 minutes break? So I'll see you at 10. I'm still here anyway, but let's have a break, 5 minutes break before we further involve ourselves with this SBL template. Why? Because there's so much things to offer and you need to be ready with a sample course outline from your subject. So I will pretty much want to have to see or view a few of your course outlines so that we can do the hands-on exercise later because we want to get prepared. I saw one of the reflections saying that you want to be ready for the special semester. So this is the time. So if you're not ready for the special semester, it doesn't matter. You can still be ready for semester 1 when we have a full rollout of SBL. So this is the time to take out the course outline and then have a break. Don't have a Kit Kat. Okay. And then come back at 10. All right. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Are you still there?
Yes, yes.
Okay, cool. Good thing to know. I'm not speaking to myself. Okay, so much of a break. Right. So where were we? See, you're supposed to see this. Yep. Okay. So let me recap what we had for the first hour of the workshop. Okay, from 9 till 10. What did we do actually? So we've talked about SBL, the differences between SBL and BL, mixing it in a blender, and what we can have for the online part of the delivery. And to think of it, have I been doing BL right all this while? So that is the question, to be or not to be. And here we are, the second half of the workshop on the SBL template, the most awaited template perhaps. I've already supplied you with this slide on the chat if I'm not mistaken. All right, so you can have a look. When was the time? The time is not recorded there, but it is, if you can scroll up into the chat, you can always find this. Yes? Right. So about the SBL itself. So what are the things that we need to find out? What are the things that we need to include? So SBL requires us to carefully plan, remember? So we are talking about the content material, content. And then we have the teaching and learning activities, that is number 2. And then we have the third one, which is the assessment. So if you can still remember that, perhaps I'm just going to dig through the SBL handbook later. But in order for us to understand further, that is the normal things that we do every time that we have a lecture. In our course itself, we have to incorporate the teaching and learning activities to help support the students' understanding. That is the key. There's no other reason for us not to do activities because we want to build on their understanding, the students' understanding. And from here, I would like to just talk about, actually it's about all, teaching, learning materials, activities, as well as assessment. Why not put them all together? And in terms of overview, there are plenty of things that you can see here. So let me just bring it bigger. Yep. Oh, it's skewed away. Okay, I got it center. All right. So we're talking about online mostly. So what we did in the classroom is most of the time they're going to be equivalent to the online discussion as well. So for online lectures or videos, right? So you have your online lectures and videos to be used to deliver the course content. So what it means, basically, we are allowing them to study on their own. But remember, just now when we talk about the BL, there are 2 things or 3 things that we need to remember. The types of blended learning. So sometimes it's fully online. Sometimes it's going to be synchronous online, like what we are doing now. Synchronous online, the lecturer is present, and then we are doing it real time, and we are discussing it on time, real time. So what we have here, we are providing, supplying this information, the videos, this is the content, so that they're going to learn on their own. Or, as for now, I'm just teaching for 5 minutes and then they're going to be on their own later when they perform the teaching and learning activities. So that is also regarded online as long as it is through the Wi-Fi, through the Microsoft Teams, through whatever medium which is online. So that is regarded online. So this is what you're going to be doing. Sometimes you might want to incorporate discussion and forums. So online discussion and forums, where do you get that? So on Brighton itself, we have the activity type ready for you to use. We have forum. You can have online discussion on the announcement if you want to. Up to you, basically, which one is going to be best suiting your purpose. And from there, it facilitates your interaction and collaboration. But as for myself, let me just be honest with you. Sometimes if you feel that Brighton doesn't do so much of excitement, okay, it's not so attractive attractive to your students. So you are going to invest in different types of tools. So you can name me a few. Already, Unit 10 is subscribed to Padlet. So you can use Padlet for them to calibrate. Or you can use something else, such as like Mentimeter, but on a free version, for example. So you can do that. And there are many ways, or even in Genially, you can do that. But remember, if you are using too much tools, the students need to pick up some time to learn themselves. So they must be prepared way before using the tools. So this is something that we need to be able to understand from the student's perspective. They need to be getting ready to use the tools properly. And as well as you need to facilitate them as what we want to guide them through with the learning objectives. So it means that you are to do this and that. This will be the instructions. Make sure it is clear. So also, I was notified by TJ because he's a member of MIPTA Council. So from there, he said SBL may be requiring a form of SIM, a self-instructional module. So that word has frightened me, and that's one thing about having to invest more time in preparing for the online components of the class. So SIM is just a matter of what if we can shorten the SIM instructions? It's just a matter of step 1, do this, gather around. Step 2, discuss this and then. Step number 3, I want you to present in the class. So that would be the simplified version of the SIM. Why not? So that is still going to be delved into or going to be further discussed. But that is the first idea that comes in. Instruction actually. Is it coming from MIPTA or is it coming from the KPT themselves? So this is frightening because you are doing something extra. But all in all, what we are dealing with would be to have a form of proper instruction. So that is the thing, proper guideline for the students to follow when it comes to performing the students' activity. So the discussion forum is a must in order for them to engage themselves, to find out about themselves, whether they understand the materials or not, because often that if you were to come in to engineering process, you are already putting in so much of input and then they're going to process it. But there'll be never a room or an avenue for them to express themselves in the form of output. So input, process, output. So where is the output? The output will be from the discussion. So to understand very well about the topics I have already taught in the class, then you're going to perform or conduct some of the teaching and learning activities. And also, you want to have interactive exercises. So what are these? Sometimes you can do some quizzes. Okay, so this is not going to be part of the carry mark, so it's going to be safe. But who is going to willingly do this if it's not added to the carry mark, isn't it? So you have to put in some weightage. Just promise them something, but they can do some DIY quiz if you want to and make it online. Even watching a video, you can also install some quizzes there because you have Panopto, for example. So that is some of the multiple choice questions to make things easier for you. Watch video, stop for a while, and then do some quizzes, and then attempt this and that. And of course, you can perform simulations in class. They love simulations, especially when it comes to gaming. You can do this. You can have the output like this. Or perhaps this is how things are like when you simulate using some certain softwares. So they love to see things interactive or animation. So you can come up with that as well. So they love things moving here, flying there. So it's just to capture their attention during the class. Or else it's just going to be a boring 20, 40 minutes of talking and talking, just like what I'm doing now. And also you have games or gamification, so you can use Kahoot, introduce something like quizzes in the class. So they love to rectify. So I use the word rectify in the class many times because they have a different understanding, and then I want to gather them back into one simple concept. So that is to nail the right concept from day one. So I use certain kind of games, gamification process. You can do that also in your online class. So online reading materials, so just giving some suggestions. Online reading materials, what are the things that you can do? Already I'm seeing some Brighton with ebooks. So, but ebooks are just textbooks for them to refer to. But what kind of joy can they bring into the class, isn't it? So you're going to do some storytelling. Pick up storytelling in your class. So they're going to be listening to you. And it's going to be addictive. Why? Because it's how you convey your thoughts as well as the content from the book. Journal articles, we don't do that, okay, because it's heavy stuff. But with the chat GPT, you can always ask them to do something about paraphrasing, perhaps get the gist of the journal itself. So you can do that. So that is fun to do when it comes to online teaching and learning activities. Or ask them to take up bloggings, or this can be done, especially when it comes to language. But I did something like a portfolio, managing e-portfolio. So this is also interesting because they start to keep their logbook kind of thing. And then when they have something, today I experienced doing this calculation and it's very, it's not easy. So they are going to train themselves to look for solutions. So they are doing solving for their own problems without you interfering them. So this is something about independent learning that we want. So that is about the online reading materials. There are many ways for you to do things. Synchronous online sessions. What are those? You can perform webinars or you can do video conferences, just like Microsoft Teams is a form of video conferencing. And you provide real-time interaction between students and instructors and allowing for interactive questioning and answering or discussion. So this is live from somewhere. So that is online session, real time. Okay, so you're expecting real conversation. So at the moment, I'm not seeing any questions coming up, but I believe as we dive into the template, there'll be more questions. But feel free to stop me if you do have any burning question. Burning question only. And now you have your asynchronous online discussion, so that one will be facilitating yourself interaction and provide feedback on assignments and projects. So what do I do with this? Most of the time, say for example, I've given them homeworks. Okay, so homework, can it be countable or non-countable? Uncountable. So homework. So this can be just simplified into a video, explainer videos, tutorial to introduce the step-by-step kind of problem solving. Up to you. So you can always do this, post this on your Brighton. So that is also a form of teaching and learning material. It is not activity, but teaching and learning content. I'm hearing an echo. Is it coming from me? Or is it coming from someone? Okay, cool. So far, so good?
Yes.
You all right?
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Okay. That is content, or perhaps teaching and learning activities. Now, let's look into incorporating the teaching materials and
Hannah,
yes.
just now.
Yes, yes, for sure.
The online material too,
Yes, Prof.
with the ebooks and so on.
Yeah.
How do you make sure they read them? Sometimes you put there, but you don't know whether you
Is it of
then
use?
you say put quiz or whatever on that.
Yes, yes. So what we like to do with an ebook or perhaps a journal extraction, blah, blah, blah. Perhaps, Prof, we can start doing something like ask them to read, find the gist. Okay, they can use whatever they want. And then ask them about the key takeaways from the ebook, for example. So that you want to ensure that they read through the ebook or the textbook. Or just give them a section.
So not necessarily assessment, but just
Yeah. It's it becomes
reflection
activity.
macam tu lah.
Yes.
Okay. Alright.
Ebook is the teaching and learning material. Now that you introduce your asking the students to provide discussion or key takeaway statements or reflection, then it becomes activity for them. Do it online or put them on Padlet. So that is teaching learning online. Because we now want to be safe now. So we want it to be online, so skewed towards online. Everything online. Thank you, Prof, for the question. Any more? While we are still at it? I think it's just pretty straightforward. Have something, learning materials, be creative a bit, on how to extend it to teaching and learning activities. Use ebook, create a task like key takeaway, reflection, etc. Do it on Mentimeter, do it on Padlet, collaborate, or do mind mapping. That's one thing easier for you to get done, to see whether the students really read between the lines as well. Mind mapping or short summary. That's the easiest and direct thing that you can do. If it to be interactive, discuss it online. Okay, have something being done on the Microsoft whiteboard, for example. So you can do that. Yes? Okay. Any more question? I'm talking about the teaching and learning materials online specifically, and then what can be done with the teaching and learning activities. Okay, and you can use other tools as well to support the learning activities because you want to get their feedback. It's always something interactive when it comes to, again, it's two-way communication. It's no point for you to put in something on Brighton and then do nothing about it. Often we see something on Brighton, so many YouTube videos. Curated YouTube videos are good, but provide some statements asking the students, what do you get from this video, to ensure that they are actually watching the videos. So there's something that you can do. Post the video link, embed the video, put down their instructions. Students, you are required to do this and that. Do this before you come to class tomorrow. So we're going to discuss. So make sure that who's not prepared will be missing the discussion, isn't it? But as much as possible, we try to include them all in our discussion. But of course, only the same few people doing the same thing, the same task every day, every time. Okay, so let's move on. How to incorporate this? Here. Oh, it's gone. All right. So let me read from there. There are many, the one in blue. So of course, when we want to design something on SBL, we have to think again the course objective, the learning objective, the learning outcome, CO, course outcomes. What do you want to meet? What do you want to fulfill at the end of the day? So it must be tailored towards that. But I don't see any problem with that because we have been doing this every day since. So every time that we finish our lecture or complete our lecture, we always tie back the conclusion to the objectives. At the end of the day, what have we covered today in this 1 hour lecture? So we tie that to our learning objectives. It's always the case of having to summarize. And then you identify that and you're going to select and organize the materials accordingly. So it means that in order for us to achieve knowing how to conduct perhaps to understand. There's no way that we can use to understand anymore. So we say to apply the knowledge from somewhere, or perhaps to apply a basic programming knowledge, for example. So what do? Do something, select the materials, the content, and then top that with the activities that is conveying the information, etc. That you want the students to be able to apply that particular concept in the task, and later on put in a reflection or perhaps conclude with a quiz. So that is the form of assessment. Remember, I'm taking them all together. And of course, if you forget the reflection just now, right at the beginning, when we did our Mentimeter reflection, what are you hoping to do? You want to gain understanding. So you rated yourself. Hardly above, a bit above average. Okay, you understood the 40-40-20 principle. Remember the golden ratio? Not really a golden ratio. It's just 40% for content, 40% for the activities, 20% for the assessment. So if you got that right, so that means you're going to be able to use the template. So the template will try to adjust a bit accordingly when it comes to the student SLT. So this is something critical when we want to do things today. Right. So moving on, we have to choose the online material wisely. Why? Because we want it to be something which is focused towards meeting that course outcome. And then identifying, gather them. Videos can be good, But just remember, do not supply 3 hours video. No. You don't do that. 3-hour video is no good. Try to put them in chunks, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes explainer video. I believe that is good if you can do editing into your lecture videos. Omit whatever empty discussion or small talks that you have during your lecture. You can edit your video accordingly, so that is just leaving the gist of the lecture that day. And then you're going to be having to also develop online lecture or videos. Up to you. If you want to plan for asynchronous, you can do that. Say for example, next week you're going to be away for conference, then might as well to prepare ahead. Often we are seeing our lecturers are now doing replacement classes. Do you notice that? Replacement classes at night during Ramadan. So there's also a case whereby students are too tired, exhausted to go through the day. So this is something can be avoided if you have a proper planning. So this is, maybe you know that you look up into the calendar for this semester. We have Mondays. Apparently that we have so much of public holidays. So what do you do about it? So you're going to do supplement them with some videos, recorded videos probably. So this is to prepare them with the asynchronous session. So replacement is taking up the student's time. If you are missing a 2-hour lecture on Mondays, for example, you keep on counting. You have to do how many replacement for this particular semester? Many, isn't it? So it doesn't dictate that you have to do 10 hours of lectures as replacement, but you can do some asynchronous lecture. Say, for example, 10 minutes to talk about one topic. You make several videos. So short videos, concise, and that is going to be something beneficial for the students rather than having 10-hour recorded videos simply to replace all the Monday lectures. So this is no good. So please ensure that you still keep the students' attention when it comes to learning, but also you deliver what is supposed to be delivered. So that is something tied to your course outcome. So this is something, it says key course concept. So today for our workshop, it doesn't mean that I'm babbling about all this. It's just a matter of reinforcing understanding about SBL, and we are on our way to do some hands-on exercise. Right. You also need to design interactive exercises here. So what does it mean? It means that you can design just like what we did just now. Create discussion forums. So this is also critical because you want to create a place for them to voice out their opinion, voice out their feedback, comments, rectify whatever concept that they have. Again, is this what they think about the concept? Eventually it was wrong, so you need to correct, perform correction. Here, you can also have a scheduled asynchronous session, so you can have a planned panopto seminar or webinar or perhaps lecture. You can do that, or else record it on screencast or Matic if you prefer. That is up to you. But remember, when we say that we are using online tools, it means that we have to be very well versed with the tool. We know how to use it up to the max, optimized. And this is something that we can hope that we can try to satisfy the students' need. Because when it comes to videos, they are watching, they are still looking into what is the lecturer talking about, what is it that he or she wanting to deliver. So is it going to be taking too long? So plan wisely. Remember, asynchronous session will also be very much depending on the duration of the video. So we have to be very careful. So when we talk about replacing 10 hour of lecture, Monday lectures, does it mean that it is just sufficient with just 10-minute videos, a collection of 10-minute videos? Yes. So definitely you can do that, but ensure that it is concise. So you're delivering what matters. You don't have to spend 2 hours replacement class just because of that, but you can just convey a 20-minute lecture video based on that topic. Because during that asynchronous, okay, I'm talking about asynchronous now, sorry. Asynchronous means you don't see the students. You are free to talk yourself, but you need to have some guidance there. So which one is the most important points and topics that you need to cover? And you are not going to be interrupted by the students for sure because you're recording yourself. You are just alone there recording yourself. So that particular lecture video will be tailored towards only the gist, the concept. So no need for 120-minute duration video. Truncate it into just 20 minutes video. So you can do that. Yes, it is indeed a one-to-one replacement to your lecture that you are missing on Monday. Yes, you can do that because there is a one particular definition saying that a 1 hour lecture video, okay, the one that you do most of the time synchronous, this is not a clean cut version, yeah? So that is equivalent to just a 10-minute video because this is the gist. So if you edit your video, lecture video, sometimes from 60 minutes, it becomes 30 minutes full of the concept of ideas that you want to convey. So that is one definition of having explainer video, concept explanation video. So those are regarded as something which is substitutable. No, there's no such thing, isn't it? So something replacing that okay, face-to-face kind of lecture, you can do that. So no need for that extra hours of effort. You can just have just a few minutes of explainer video. So that is allowed. So this is something that you might want to venture into. Think about when we have this SBL later on. Organize your course material? Yes, because often, sometimes your students get into your Brighton course page and they are just scrolling here, scrolling there, do here, do there, sneak preview here. They do not find your lecture material. So this is something that you need to consider. And then you're saying that, it's just there. Can't you see it? So it's there inside the folder. No, they couldn't notice that there and then. You have to be guiding them through. So remember, when we talk about SBL, they are mostly on independent time. Searching for materials independently. Doing the things, the tasks that you have given to them independently or with their friends or their peers. But to look for something on Brighton themselves. And that is going to be taking and consuming time. And after all, searching for materials on Brighton doesn't actually count as SLT. So they're wasting their time and ensure that you organize them in a right manner. So somehow make it easy. Perhaps there are only two ways or two approaches to that Brighton course page. One is by topic. Make it very clear to the students. Always have a tour of your Brighton course page at the early of the semester. And of course, the second one, which is quite powerful, would be to assemble, would be to organize your teaching and learning materials using weekly topics. Okay, so that one is of weekly basis. So week 1, we are in week 10, if I'm not mistaken. So you can do that. So it's very easy for them to find what materials are covered during that week, specific week. So you might be thinking to revamp your course page later after this. Okay, so we are nearing 10:30. Is there any question that you want me to address? You can type in or you can just unmute yourself. Okay, so where do we go now? So this is the place where we're going to go. Ta-da! Where do we go from here? So this is your SBL Startup Kit. I've already posted on the chat, so please feel free to get into the chat to retrieve the material. Yes, can you find the material? First and foremost, let me just do something on the chat to get you back to the Genially. Here it is. Can you find that on the chat? It's for you to download. The presentation slides can be accessed from there. So if there's a link, I've already provided the link. Feel free to alert me if you cannot access it. So what is this thing about? So SBL Startup Kit, not a startup company, but Guideline to SBL has been published, circulated not long time ago. So this is in the preparation for us to step into SBL, into the unknown actually, because we do not know how exactly it can be implemented fully. But rest assured that this semester we already have a few courses from different colleges to embark on this new adventure. So BL still being keeping it that way. We are still keeping our BL level as it is. If you are doing BL level 3, keep it that way. You can perform your flipped classroom anytime. But what we want to do is that SBL goes hand in hand with the existing BL practice. So this is the guideline. So perhaps I'll just go into this. I think it's good to have a sneak preview because sometimes we need to reinforce ourselves with the understanding of the BL itself, what it is, okay? So it takes some time for me to download. I'm not sure about you. Yep, a bunch of Malaysian students change the cover. Okay. Yeah, it takes a while, but you can find an illustration, not many, okay, illustration for you to work on your SBL template or SBL course outline. So it is still buffering because it's a very big file, but it's okay. You can click on your own. So as we get into this, what's inside this substitute blended learning guideline? I've already addressed that SBL definition, talk about the terms familiar to us. Is it going to be a BL course or is it going to be an ODL course? So we need to be very careful on this. So what if I try to, okay, open it instead. But this is the open in browser. Open in browser, it is initiating an apps generally. But in fact, it is here. Yeah, it's okay. Right, so unfortunately, I can't open it now, but something cropped up. It says apps here, so I don't trust this. It might be pointing me to a different direction. But what can you find here is more on how to illustrate the 40-40-20 proportion and also the asynchronous to synchronous learning. It has managed to download everything, so I'm going to share with you. So just look into the table of content. Here it is. I've talked about the SLT and the notional 1 hour equivalent to 2 hours of the student learning time. That is rule of thumb. And what can be done with the synchronous and asynchronous lessons. So this is very critical because when it comes to online, it's either you see them or they see you. So this is something that you are going to ponder. And of course, I've provided some simulation, not really simulation software, but this is by means of illustration and how you can do, try to design into having 70-30 because we are looking to the ratio. So if you want to do this, get this thing right first. Okay, what is termed as a BL course? So let me just reinforce your understanding. A course which is BL or blended learning is regarded blended learning if and only if it carries 30% up till 79% of online component, meaning you are pushing your course for the semester of all the three: content material, teaching learning activities and assessment, all conducted online. You stretch it up until 79%. But if you have it until 80% up to fully blue, which is online, so that is going to be making up an ODL course. So don't get me wrong. So this is the definition which is adopted for to establish our understanding of BL course. If you do not have a Brighton course page, say for example, you are doing it this way. Once upon a time, you don't have a Moodle course page, so you have your conventional, traditional class. So this is a non-BL. But suddenly you are interested to have something online. Okay, let's have a lecture online, Microsoft Teams. A small percentage of online component, but it's just up till 29%, is still not regarded as a BL course. In order for you to elevate to upgrade yourself into an SBL course, you have to be in this category. Please be reminded of this first fulfill this prerequisite, and then we can talk more on SBL. If not, then you have to upgrade yourself. Right. So where are we? So this is the thing. The simulation of SBL, if you can remember from 101. So this is the part where I've talked about the 70%. This is the model for 70% and only limiting to 30% of online, meaning everything online will be kept under 30%. You're going to spend like 36 hours only for the rest of the semester. So if you have your calculator with you, so you might be thinking, where do I get this 120 hours? So this is not the normal. If it were to be 3 credit hour course, 3 times 14 equals to 42. 42 hours is actually what you are having in the classroom. You are lecturing. But then do not forget about the extra hours that the students are doing for their independent learning. So that is counted as student learning time. So as a rule of thumb, 1 hour that we have with the students communicating, lecturing, delivering the materials, those are regarded as another extra 2 hours for the students to revise, do their learning themselves, as well as finishing up your assignment. So that is something to ponder. And that's how we get to 84 plus 36. Yeah, 70 plus 30. 120. So that is the rough estimation as from the guideline that they publish from MIPTA. And this one, I do not care. I do not bother so much on these course materials that you have during your classes, which is during the conventional, in the classroom traditional, behind the four walls. But we are only concerned about the green zone because this is where we're going to focus on for the next few hours. So you have 40, 40, 20. Remember the rules. Online, 40, 40, 20 proportion. So it means that we disregard whatever happens in the classroom, but we pay our attention more into what we have in this online session. So learning content, put it on Brighton. Do everything on Brighton. Learning activities, do your activities. You can include the built-in activity type, which is assessment, assignment, lesson for those who are doing level 4. And then you can do flipped classroom, video watching, YouTube, Panopto, up to you. Be creative as much as possible, but knowing how to use the learning material in order for us to convert into something or get or derive your learning activities from there. You want the students to be involved. You want the students to be engaged. Then you're going to have to do something about the teaching and learning activities online. So this is another 14 hours. This is in the case of 3 credit hour course. My course is a 3 credit hour, and we're about to see that how we perform that in SBL. Assessment, why so much? 8 hours? Wow, isn't that too much? Don't forget, 8 hours will also incorporate student learning time. So it is not saying during that one semester, 14 weeks, you are having 8 hours for quizzes, tests, final exam. No, that's not the case. This is also making up for the preparation time. So meaning normally you have 2 tests. Say for example, one midterm, 2 hour midterm. So they may need to study a bit more. So they allocate 3 independent learning, 3 hours of independent learning in order for them to study for or prepare for that 2-hour midterm test. So that is how we calculate it. Okay. And also if you have a 3-hour kind of final exam. So that one is not really 8 hours here. You're going to incorporate that later. All right. So far so good. Any question? I heard someone. It's okay. Right? So you can do a lot of things, but this is just serving as an example. So this is the example. Say for example, we talk about course outline, remember? So we talk about course outline. It means that we are already having something in mind, a clear picture of how we want to conduct for the whole semester. It needs careful planning. So from there, we are going to suggest week 1. What are we going to do? Introduction to the lecture, introduction to the topic. So usually I start with lecture 0. Why lecture 0? Because there's nothing there. I'm just explaining the course page. I'm explaining the course outline to the students and their expectations. Lecture 0. So that one is during week number 1. So is week number 1 online? It's up to you. Is week number 2 online as well? So it's for you to pick up later. But this one, this particular table is saying something about suggesting 3, 4, and 5 is going to be online, inclusive of 8 and 9. So it has been carefully selected. It has been chosen, saying that this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 different weeks here will be converted online to be the SBL component. So this is the learning material, 40%. What are the learning materials? Is involving videos, it's involving multimedia interactive. It is good to be like genially or perhaps something else, interactive. It can be just a picture. It can be just an infographic, up to you. Need to be more creative on this. So you can just install some, small pop-up, or perhaps just put a note there, tiny note to explain. It's just considered as interactive as well. And then you're going to conduct online class. That is regarded as the learning materials because you're going to be recording it. So that is what the lecturer would be spending for that 5 weeks. 6 hours for the video, so collectively. Okay, 5 hours, 3 hours. What are those? Preparation time, as well as activities related to it. So it is not actually the duration of that particular lecture video. 6 hours. Okay, 3, 4, and 5. So it's going to be 6 hours. It's up to you how you want to design it. And for online class, so this is in the case of 3-hour credit course. So you have 3 hours. So this is actually perhaps synchronous Microsoft Teams lecture. So that one is on difficult topic perhaps. So this is 14 hours cumulatively. For learning activities, usually it is trying to be tight with the learning materials. So you can see 3 and 4, there'll be some teaching learning activities. Provide them with 4 hours, do themselves outside of the classroom, during the class, synchronous, or outside, doing discussion. So that is going to be asynchronous. And of course, you have your online discussion as well. Up to you how you want to design it, as usual. If you have something in the classroom, you might want to do it the same for online class. But if you were to be chatting, or discussing in the classroom, it will be a different way. It would be conducted on classroom, conducted in Microsoft Teams, because you're going to provide channels or perhaps introduce breakout rooms. So that is also something to consider. For the assessments itself, it says here you have assignment 10%, amounting to 10%. Remember that this assignment would be the online assignment be incorporated into the carry mark. So I'm establishing this fact saying that assignment here is your assessment, which is going to be counted into the student's carry mark, into the formal assessment. Okay, so you can do quizzes on Brighton. In the case of COE, we can't do that for test 1, test 2, midterm, etc. We must conduct it face-to-face. So we don't talk about this anymore. So we are going to look for something else, perhaps assignment. So if you have software simulation, you can do this assignment, and you're going to grade that and incorporate this into their gradebook, into their course carry mark, formal carry mark. So it's not a DIY quiz, etc. So this is the component of the online. Do not violate any accreditation requirement, please, because we are at the verge of saying something here. SBL, if you perform it, overdoing it, then there might be a chance for you to violate some of the requirements, the guidelines by EAC, for example. I'm not sure about MBOT, but we do have that as well. So please be mindful when you want to conduct the assessment. I don't have any problem with activities because this is not graded most of the time, unless it's a graded activity. So ensure that it is very clearly explained using a rubric how you want to assess them. If it will be online presentation, tell the class this is graded and this is how you're going to do it. So that is going to be counted into the carry mark. So be extra careful. So just look into the requirement and always check back whether it is not violating or is it violating. So this is the concluding 36 hours of the online learning. So that is the component 40-40-20. So this is by simulation, and I hope that it reinforces your understanding of a 3 credit hour course, 3 credit hour course for 70% to 30% online learning. Our focus, the green zone. Only this will be discussed further. Our plan is to work on this, right? Okay. So meanwhile, I want you to get ready with your course outline because we are about to involve in the course outline soon. This is how it looks like. But let me just remind you, because since we are on the handbook, yeah, if you are teaching undergrad courses, if it will be bachelor degree program, then you are going to be, okay, this is 30. It's just the minimum. You are only allowed until 50% of the online component. So that means you cannot go exceeding this for now. Why? Because we might have some students coming back to us complaining you are doing too much online thingy. So we don't want to do that. So we want to safeguard ourselves. If you reach until 50, you might as well have some evidence showing how your calculation is reaching 50% of online component. So you're going to do that. So you're going to be surprised. No matter how much you are doing online, it is still regarded as being less. So that is in the case of my course. Later, I'm going to share with you. We have a bunch of pilot courses, and they are doing it now this semester, and we are in week 10. Probably we have to change something. We have to adapt something with the new direction. Not really new direction, new instruction, directives. Okay, about the week 13, if I'm not mistaken. The one with the Hari Raya holiday, because we have virtual classes. That one is not promised. That one, the 2 classes, if it to be conducted during that time, so it's going to go online. That online components, how much is going to cost? It's no longer in the calculation that we promised earlier during the semester, earlier before the semester starts. So this is something to look at. Right. Postgraduate courses, if you're teaching this, you are allowed until 79% of online components. So why do we stretch this into 79? Because we understand the needs of international students to have to follow certain courses online. So in the case of having video conferencing, so most of the time Microsoft Teams, okay? So your lectures are conducted online all the time, and you call that with a definition synchronous online session, am I right? Synchronous face-to-face, that's even worse. Synchronous face-to-face, but it is still online. So please ensure that you understand it right the first time. It is still online. It is not face-to-face. Okay, so don't get me wrong. I'm trying to establish the differences here. The term must be right. If it's Microsoft Teams, hence it is online. So if you do so much of online webinars or lectures, that might trouble you with the student SLT. But for undergraduate, you only cap yourself to 50. But for postgraduate, do not reach to the maximum of 80. Don't go to near to 80%, or your course will be regarded as ODL. And surely you do not want your license to conduct this program to be taken back. Yep. So please ensure that you understand the needs of keeping it as low as possible, if possible. No foundation and diploma programs are to do SBL. So that is a good news because we understand foundation students, diploma students, they want to see us. We want to feel their presence in the classroom, teaching us with a whiteboard. But at the same time, you can always start with some video, supplementary materials, etc. Just to get to the direction of having a hint of online component. So there's no harm done, but you know that you're conducting the class in the classroom, but there's no I can say that there's no restriction for you to do online supplementary materials. Do not conduct it online it's up to you, because sometimes some topics can be done online. So you want to do this for a trial basis, for example. But there's no requirement for foundation and diploma programs to do SBL. So I'm keeping to the time. So perhaps we're heading for another break, another short break before we engage with our course outline. So that's about all. So this one is given to you in the handbook, and you can follow if you want to. It's a mere guideline. All right. Any questions so far? You can raise your hand if you do have any question. So, all right. Okay. Right. So before we move on, I mean for the course outline, yeah. So I would like to just show you which one is which one. For the course outline, so here I'm showing you how it looks like for the case of COE from 101, the SBL 101. I cannot skew it that way. Bigger. Okay. Right. So what do you see now? This is course outline from COE. It's very straightforward. That's how simple we are. Then I introduce two columns. So one is the mode, which is face-to-face or online. The other one is the notes for that particular week. It needs to be dictated. It needs to be stated clearly for the students to follow. Already the students are still asking, ma'am, tomorrow is there any online class? They forgot to see the course outline. So they need to be reminded all the time. So this must be very clear from the start. So week 1, I have Monday classes. Guess what? I missed the first week. My semester started from the second week actually. So what happened here? I said, because I didn't know that my class is going to be missing. On that very day, it's supposed to be face-to-face, but of course, we have that public holiday, Chinese New Year, happening Monday and Tuesday. What happened then? I improvised. So I choose to have some explainer videos for that week, just to give them the feeling of getting on board of the course. So this is layer 2, sorry. This is week 2 happening during the second week. So you have face-to-face. If it's face-to-face, you don't have to write anything, right? And then here comes the fourth week. The one in red, it is very clearly saying it is a face-to-face activity. I'm meeting them in the classroom. But this is the point where they are expecting the first assignment. So assignment is online. So this is on Brighton, and they are supposed to use some softwares. So this is online. That online will be stretched across 3 weeks. So this is how I design that particular assignment of myself on for first assignment. So what do you do here is to inform them earlier. Expectation is there, instructions is there already, and of course this is going to take up outside of the class hour. So when it comes to outside of the classroom hour, so that means it's something else. It is online. It includes SLT. You don't know how many students are going to just finish off this one assignment in just less than 3 hours. There might be, including a report. It might be 6 hours, but we need to stretch that particular SLT to be like an assumption. So it can be completed in 9 hours, for example. So you're going to allocate 9 hours of SLT. So when we deal with the template soon, you're going to see how this is going to be done. So this is for the first time you're seeing online component, but not lecture. All right. But here, what I planned for this trial pilot course, week 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, all of them are regarding this one particular topic, which is the hardish part, which is a difficult part involving calculations. So we are doing IP addressing. So what I did here, because perhaps we are missing. Okay, most of the time I don't like any kind of asynchronous videos, but I do have a lot of recorded videos. Most of them are explainer videos. So what I plan for them to see would be to put this as online. Just watch themselves if they have the time, but also I have some activities online during that week. So this is in conjunction with my lecture. Microsoft Teams, 3 credit hour course. So 3 times 3 hours per week. I'm meeting them online. I spend 3 hours online on Microsoft Teams, but the rest will be the SLT for when they watch the videos themselves, when they do or perform the activities themselves. Those are supposed to be counted in as well in the SLT calculation. All right. So how does it look like from there? This is week 10, yeah? As far as me concerned, I managed to follow this fully. I compensate some with some face-to-face lecture, of course. But as much as possible, once we establish this course outline, we have to follow closely because we do not want to have a variation or a sudden shift of the delivery mode. Sometimes it will be promised online, and then you know how many of the lecturers are actually doing this. I have a 12 o'clock class today, and then I feel that I want to do it online. So students are not prepared. They only bring their handphones or their portable device to class. Or in the worst case, they don't bring any device to the class. So you are expecting them to do online thingy. So what will happen? So they're going to miss the class. They have to share the device. So ensure that you follow this smoothly, right? Everything face to face as is. So the importance here would be, the important points here would be the one involving the online mode. So coming back to this, I did mention that I promised you a break, but we're going to head for a break later. This is how it's being done. I've shown you this in 101, but what you are seeing is actually this. Yes, this is exactly what I have in the course outline. So everything will be just pasted from this MS Excel spreadsheet, and then you can see how much if you meet the students 3 hours per week. So this is the lecture, which is your classroom, physical classroom. And then if you provide them with the materials, say for example slides, etc., so those are going to be for their self-learning. And for your information, this template has been developed exactly as what is required by MITA, the guideline, the KPT guideline, but I only put in here extra weekly SLT so that you can see how much are they doing for that particular week. Okay, so light and easy for the first 3 weeks, okay, because there's no online component. And then suddenly the assignment comes in, you're expecting, okay, a rise of the SLT, the time that they're going to spend for your assignment. And then the online components are already there because of the assignment. So I have some notes here. So I stretched the assignment for 3 weeks. So means that the learning material will be posted first, and then the assessment, meaning to do the simulation, to get the results, to do the reports. So those are going to be regarded as assessment. For information, this is the one graded assessment to be put into the carry marks. So this is what we are going to be expecting. And then the test, sorry about that, it's just cute away. Test will be physical. So it's just a 1 hour test, but to do the self-learning will be counted as spending 2 hours outside of the classroom to study. So that is incorporated as well. So that is the SLT we're talking about. It's not a clean-cut way of doing things, but you need to consider themselves as well. So I try to keep to the time here, but more on this when we want to start doing ourselves. The second half, not really the second half, the quarter half, the next quarter of the workshop is based on the hands-on activity. So we are about to do that, but we're heading for a break. So final examination, as you can see here, we have 3 hours. For example, standard 3-hour final examination at day 1 Sri Sarjana, for example. So the students cumulatively need 9 hours of preparation. That is how I see it, because it's cumulative from day 1, week 1. So that is how it's going to be counted: conventional, traditional. Lectures plus independent learning for conventional, meaning study outside of the classroom on their own. And online component, the one that we have gone by with the ratio, remember, collected 40%, 40%, 20%. So this is the rule of thumb. So I've gathered 14, 14, 8, measuring to 36. This is the best case scenario, isn't it? Because I managed to get a perfect 70 to 30%. So a bit of adjustment is required if you want to have a clean cut way of doing things. Or if you have a 3 credit hour course, you can have my template if you want to. And of course, if you do have anything else, then we can work our way out to get a nice looking SLT calculation template. So this is the thing. I hope you can read it for a while before we embark into managing the hands-on. So get ready with your course outline and we'll see to it when we have to meet again in 10 minutes. Would that be okay? 10 minutes? A bit longer? Okay, because yes, I can see that some of you might be wanting to have a coffee break. Yes, okay. If it's not he or she, you are going to make your own coffee and then come back. Okay, so this 102 doesn't have much cooking involved. Unlike 101, you are listening to much of cooking, babbling here with cooking experience because we're talking about online experience most of the time. It's very hard for us to keep the students with us during online, engaging them. So breaks in between would be essential. So thank you very much. I'll see you in 10 minutes. That would be 11:12. Okay. Thank you.
Dr. J, sorry, we here. Just a quick one. Have you shared the template out? Did I miss it?
The template, you can see on the chat.
I checked. I don't see it.
Anyone else who's having problem?
No, but you have to like go to the slide that Dr. Johanna shared just now. Then
Uh,
right
V,
from there.
I can't access the slide as well. I don't see it in the chat.
I see. This is something to do with
I'm trying to
Teams.
click on the link that you said, it's
Don't
here.
worry,
But it
don't
isn't.
worry, V. Don't worry. Okay?
All right.
On that note, don't worry, I'm going to do, what is this? Copy. Let's do this again. I'll put it again on chat. It should appear. Try. Can you access it? Or you prefer that, oh,
Got
it's
it?
okay. Is it okay, V?
Yep, just got it. Let me open the link.
Because
Okay.
because I thought that you want to have the slides with you.
Yeah.
Can you?
Tak.
Boleh juga?
Boleh dah.
Boleh. Okay.
Yeah.
So download that.
Okay.
Prepare. Get next to you. Get ready with your course outline. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
So let's ponder on this. We'll
Yeah.
see you at 11:12. Hello there, back again. Can you hear me? Solving some
Yes,
mystery.
yes.
Trying to solve a mystery here, but it doesn't appear. It's okay. Yep. I hope that you can still obtain that file. Not sure where. And even I'm gone. Okay. So let's do the next half of the session. Where am I? Did I do anything? Because I'm alone here. I might be... lucky me. Okay, cool. Let's move on. Let's do this. Okay, can I get... you've seen mine. So do you have any question about the structure? For the sample course outline, there are two ways to do things. One is first to investigate and evaluate and assess your course outlines for whether it can be converted to online or whether it can be just staying as face-to-face delivery. So up to you. And then it must be done together with what you feel that's going to happen during that semester. Always have that horse calendar. Yep. Okay, to mark all the public holidays. So in case you want to do some intervention or you want to replace, substitute, okay, that particular lecture on that very day. So in the case of having to miss 2 hours, so what you're going to do about it? So in this particular semester, I missed a lot of Monday classes, but worry not, I have prepared well with the asynchronous lectures. And in fact, I do not use any form of replacement lecture. Okay, that's planning towards the end. Any question about the course outline before we see yours? Okay, remember I said it's going to be two-way kind of approach. One is start with the course outline, or the other way would be to start with the SLT calculation. So it depends on which one you're comfortable with. And I would recommend that you start with your course outline. Okay, so can we get someone to share your course outline with us so that we can hear from you how you do this? Okay, we are going to identify first. Identify. Secondly, convert this into the SLT calculation template because we need to do some bit of a hands-on activity. All of you are going to be doing this, and I'm going to call for a few to share with us on the outcome. If you have to prepare for the special semester, this is the time for you to get things rectified here and there. Okay. So let's start. Are you still there? It happens during online classes. It happens during any time. Okay. During our normal lecture, is even the thing. It's very hard to pull back your students' attention. It's very hard to pull back this participants' attention at certain period of time. I understand this is Ramadan. This is also a full hour lecture online. But how can you manage them nicely? And how do you want to capture your audience nicely and in a more engaging manner? So how do you do it? You're going to involve the participants. So how do you do that? Share with me your course outline for this semester. Do you have any to share?
Dr. Johanna and Vivian.
Yes, V. Yes, Dr. Vivian. Yeah.
So when you say share with
Share
you,
screen.
is it share screen or?
Share screen because we want to identify and we want to hear from you on the likelihood whether or not your course can be done, can be carried out with SBL. Because it's important for us to remember, not every single course can be substituted. Cannot be converted into substitute blended learning. Okay?
I see.
The nature of the course itself. So even a public speaking class or perhaps creative thinking, there might be a way for us to convert them into SBL, but we need to find out how. So that's the thing. That's the case. So feel free to share if you do have anything. It will be nice and merrier if we can have different templates from different colleges.
Oh, okay. So
Okay.
So if I'm going to share, meaning that I want to share my share screen, is it?
Share screen.
To
Yes,
share
please do.
the
Yeah.
existing course outline, right?
For this semester. Yeah.
For this semester lah. All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So yeah, please, may I?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, for sure. The floor
Uh,
is yours.
all right. So now I am. Wait a minute. Sharing. Can you see it?
Can see. Yes. I'll make it bigger.
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Vivian, I understand this is coming from CES.
Yeah. CEF.
All right.
This
Yeah,
the
yeah.
and this
Okay.
course.
One thing for sure, do not worry about the different templates or the different look of each and every single template. We carry the same information. We carry the topics. We carry the semester, the weekly teaching plan. Yes? So
Okay.
no problem. So let's fast forward to the teaching plan, the weekly semester plan.
Is this the
Yep.
one? All right.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So I just add on this one, the mood and the notes. Originally, it is chapter and the activities. So this is the original one. All right, with the which is not the SBL.
Oh, okay.
So then. So what to?
Oh, okay. Yes. So if we can compare, week 1 is a 3 credit hour course.
Yeah, this is for
Yes.
short sem.
Okay. Oh, short sem coming soon.
Yeah, the coming soon.
Week 1 is
Oh
3 hours only.
no. This is like 3 hours and topic 2 3 hours.
Existing.
So meaning
Oh, okay. You go by topic.
this
But
is
this is weekly, right?
Yeah, weekly. If this is the short sem course content. So, but if we are to make it the regular one, so week 1 3 hours.
Oh, okay.
Okay, then this is week 2 3 hours. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
All right. So this is good because you have listed everything because this is common throughout the college. Yes.
Yeah.
Interestingly, you include the mode there as chapter as well. So this is for the students to read. It's a reference.
It's the reference. Yeah, it's optional for them. Just for their information, they can like read it from this book.
Okay. So what is the plan? Do you want it to be first examine this course? Is it possible for us to have to conduct it online? Some of the chapters, some of the topics.
Yeah, I think so. Yes, it's possible.
Okay. So which one is your preference? Which one is going to be as soon as you're meeting the students in week 1, you're going to be converting it into online, or are you going to meet them first and then let's go online next week?
Yeah, it's going to
Which
be.
one?
I think it's better than to meet them first. Yeah,
Okay,
week
so that's one. All right, so that's the plan.
Week 1, and then for the week 1, but this is if in the special SAM. So for the first 3 hours, then yeah, we shall meet them first, and then after that, perhaps like the topic 2, because it is on this job interview. So it will be better to conduct it online, so that I can show them like video on interviewing.
I see.
So this would be online, I think. What do you think?
You are the subject matter expert, so I believe if it to be interview videos, if it to be a sample to show, it would be different if you show it in the classroom, isn't it? So it'd be wonderful as well if you can show it or park it under asynchronous video watching. Up to you. It's mainly up to you. But I see assignment 1 is already in week 1. Wow.
They have to they have to start working on it, this one, meaning that this assignment is on topic 2 actually.
Okay.
So they start working on it, but the submission will be later on. But meaning that not in week 1.
I see. Okay. So be very careful with that. It's shocking for the students to come in and it's already week 1 is already assignment 1. It's okay. It's gonna be delivered online assignment?
The assignment, yes.
Online.
Yeah, it's
all right. Okay.
So yeah, They need to make they need to make the submission online.
Submission online, or the product of the assignment is online form? Is it a video?
Video, they make a video.
They make a video, and where are you going to park it? Is it on Panopto, or is it going to be just links?
Brighton, you're right. They submit it in the form of link
I see.
on
Right.
Brighton. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
But that is the assessment, isn't it?
Yeah,
Assignment,
this is
graded assignment, 20%.
yeah.
So it's just fully video. Just 20% is just video.
Yeah, it's video. Yeah.
Okay. Is it
And
group presentation?
presentation, it is like they have to like role play and interview.
Okay. So that
Yeah,
means
they role play and interview. So of course they would submitting the video recorded interview of their role playing interviewing session. Then after that, in addition to that, they need to submit their resume as well, which
I
is in hard
see.
copy. Yeah.
So this is the part where the assignment must come up with a SIM, with the instruction, a clear instruction, and it weighs 20%. Yes.
It will be instruction.
Okay. So yeah.
On submission page, there will be like instruction that clearly define the assignment. What is the assignment? What they need to do? What they need to submit? Yeah.
Okay.
On Brighton.
Right. So this will be fully outside of the classroom. Can I say that?
Yes, you are right.
Okay. So, good to know. A rule of thumb: anything outside of the classroom will be regarded online. No matter what it is. Here comes the term offline. So the thing is that if you do not see your students, performing the work, not in the classroom, we label them together as online.
Online
So just want to be safe. That is the online. Independent learning, wanting to know how to do the job interview, how to do role play, those are outside the classroom. So that is online.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. So meaning we need to clearly define the nature of the assignment. So can it be done as SBL, already showing that the assessment part is taken up as online? Good.
Yeah.
Okay. Next. How many assignments are there? That is all of them are going to be online, isn't it?
This one, two, online. All right. So that is a presentation. So this presentation would be face-to-face presentation.
I see. So there is a distinct difference between the first two assignments and assignment 3.
Yeah.
Long report must be done during the class time, or perhaps
they do it on their own.
That is online component, doing it their own outside the classroom. Presentation must be done inside the classroom. Okay, so that is no longer online.
Yeah.
It's a clear-cut way of identifying. So assessment. Remember, yours is 3 credit hours. Okay, so let's see which topic that you're going to make it online. This is assessment only. So all I'm seeing is assessment.
Yeah.
Which one do you plan to conduct online?
Which one? You mean the topic, right?
The topic. Which week? To be safe is a week, because that's how the template is designed.
So this is, I think this one, my plan first, right?
Yeah, your plan. There's nothing wrong. It's just identifying, assessing.
So okay. So the professional business meetings. So perhaps this is. This one can be online. I
see. So starting from week 2, or perhaps alternate week, you might be expecting online.
Okay.
Or right.
Because some topic we need to like give more like videos for them to see how the interaction or the communication happen. Then I will make it like online. But when it comes to like the writing parts, because they really like need to do it at the same time
in the class.
So that one would be face to face.
I see. Okay.
Okay, so then So
Yeah.
should I do it like right now or
No. You're just identifying. Just go through. We just go
go
through
through?
because we want to decide. I think it might be like 50%.
Yeah, 50%, yes.
Perhaps we thought that it is 50% because looking into the assignment, that is already taking up so much, isn't it? Right? The percentage, remember the component of SBL, the online component, we have to ensure that it is of 40, 40, 20. Now 20% is taken up by your assignment 1 and assignment 2
See.
online.
Okay.
Remember?
So, but the mixture of this this SPL like the 70-30, right? But I can like opt for the other percentage, right? Like for
Yes, for
example,
sure. Exactly.
30,
You can have
30 to
you
50, is it?
no. For undergraduate course, you can have up till 50%. 50% of
The
mixture.
online, right?
Yes.
50% for the online.
Yes. That's the reason why you need to assess your nature of the course. Because sometimes I saw interviewing. I saw role play, right? So you need to do that. So maybe most of the time you can do online when it comes to that. But only the writing part that you require the students to be in the classroom.
Yes, you are right.
So meaning you are clearly identifying which one can be just straight away converted into SBL. I mean online, because now we're talking about online component.
Yeah.
So you're going to promise a student, we are not going to meet in the classroom, but we are going to do this online.
Yeah.
A very clear cut of doing things. So it is online. So Microsoft Team, that is. Discussion online, activities online, just like what you're doing now. Okay? Right.
Okay.
Okay, so you have done identifying this. You thought that it's going to be taking 50 up till the maximum 50% allowed percentage. Okay, so what we'll do next is to try, if we do have time, can we have a sneak preview of the
Later.
later? Yes. So now we are identifying as much as possible. You are identifying, but there's also one thing that we need to do with the SLT template. Okay, but you can always see my sample there to perform that SLT. But one thing for sure, the result might not be up to 50% of online component because you have to adjust a bit. Okay, so this is in the case of mine. You can always do the site, the other tab, SBL course template. Okay, you can use mine. So you can fit in everything from the course outline readily available. So I just leave you, Dr. V, to do this. Okay? Okay, so, right. Why? Because we're doing this in parallel. Once we are very clear what we are doing, we thought that it's going to be 50-50, but somehow when it comes to the template, you realize you just have to, just an estimation, yeah? It doesn't actually add up to 50%. It's just 40% to the max. This is due to the calculation of the SLT. There's something weird going on with the SLT template anyway, right? Okay, nothing to worry about. You always feel that, how come I have like 50% of the time I'm seeing them online, but it's not actually reaching the maximum 50% required SBL. So there's something for us to realize as well. It's not necessarily doing that because we are taking the student learning time as well. Okay, in the case of assignment, I'm seeing a lot. Okay, Dr. V, you are really, Dr. V pula dah. Betul lah, Dr. Vivian. There's another one, Dr. Vatana. Okay.
Yeah, dari tadi
Sorry.
I'm wondering.
Okay lah.
Vivian. Okay.
Dr. Vivian.
But there is one thing that I would like to confirm. So now the SPL, right? The percentage for the online, I can like move it to 70%, isn't it? It cannot be more than 80%, right? Is it?
No. I did mention that for undergraduate, you only cap until 50.
Yeah. Sorry.
That is for another Dr. V.
Yeah. It's just 50, up to 50, right? The online. Yeah. Okay.
Dr. Vivian, 50%. Dr. Vatana, 79%.
Okay. Correct.
Assuming that you are doing postgrad. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Dr. V. Dr. Vivian. Okay. Okay. Can we have anyone from CCI if you want to show? Because I'm yet to see CCI course template. So it will be interesting if you can share today. Anyone who's willing to share the course outline only? because we want to decide how do you feel about it. Is it going to be okay for SBL implementation? Anyone? I'm asking nicely. Aren't we doing that every time in the class? Hello there. Do you want to share your course online? No. Anybody? And then we start calling up names. That is something that I don't want to do. From CCI, anyone? If we were to be CCI, that means we are doing or dealing with undergrad course. Right, anyone? Anyone? Mr. Rajesh? CCI kan? Oh, Mr. Rajesh.
Boleh, tapi saya ajar diploma.
Alah, tak
Tapi boleh
apa.
juga.
Boleh juga kan?
Uh-uh.
Okay. Boleh. Kita nak ambil sampel sahaja. We want to see sample. Okay, whether or not can be converted into SBL.
Okay, kejap saya share saya punya course outline.
Boleh. Because we haven't seen the direction of our, we talk about saying that diploma and foundation programs are not to implement SBL yet. Okay, as for now. But there might be some time later in the next few years that we are going to decide again. Perhaps we are going to allow diploma and foundation program to have a flavor of online courses.
Dr.
Online. Yeah, Dr. Vivian.
I would like, so meaning that the foundation and diploma also excluded from this BL also, right? Branded learning, is it? No.
No, SBL.
Yeah, okay. So meaning we can all right, okay.
Yeah.
So BL also can be applied to our foundation students, right?
Have to.
BL.
Have to.
The BL, all right. I mean,
that's
for
out
BL,
of the question.
Yeah, BL 3 or 4, right? Okay.
Minimum BL level 2.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, Vivian, Dr. Vivian, we are in SBL workshop.
Okay.
We say that we are at SBL workshop, I'm giving you my trust saying that you are already at BL level 2. No matter where you are, implementing foundation, implementing diploma or undergrad, you are doing BL.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, good to know. Okay, thank you, Dr. Vivian. I hope I don't confuse you. You are in 102 SBL workshop having the thoughts of you have implemented BL, readily available BL level 2. Okay, Mr. Rajesh, over to you.
Okay, Dr. Jana and the team. Okay, this is my course outline for my subject, which is called Introduction to Programming and Problem Solving Technique. This subject is offered to diploma computer science students. Their first programming subject. Actually, this is the first subject in one of the first subject in the first semester lah. So student yang baru keluar daripada SPM. So basically lah. So the first programming subject that will be introduced to them is Python. So this is my course outline. Just sikit.
Tak apa.
Okay. And
so this is how CCI looks like, yeah, course outline.
Yes, betul.
Okay. Ada warna lagi.
So this is the plan lah. Usually I will plan for like if they have any lab and then quiz, assignment, saya akan tuliskan dalam ni. But this is generally all my course outline, planning, semua ni. But what I do is the assessment, because CCI now we have a rules of 70-30. So I mean like passing mark, 30%. 30% passing mark too. So all the rules is here. So what I do is, if you open my Brighton, every chapter I break into small chunks where they have a video called a lesson 1. For example, chapter 1, lesson 1, lesson 2. So the video will be like 10 to 15 minutes video, short video, which I encourage them to watch the video. This is recorded and uploaded in Penapto. So which I encourage them to watch the video before they come to the class. So that, because this, not to say flip, because I don't want to do full flip for this subject, because this is...
Okay. Partial flip.
Sebab dia kan subjek yang baru, dia baru daripada SPM masuk university.
Yes.
The
transition. Yes.
So I don't want that to shock them lah.
Yes.
So what I do is, I'll have a video like this lah, 10 to 15 minutes in the Penoptor.
Does it mean Rajesh, does it mean
Mhm.
this chapter 1, lesson 1 ni is tied to the slide just now?
Yes, betul.
Betul tak?
Whatever
And then,
happening here, whatever
why
happening in the video is here, this slide.
why do you call it a class project?
Oh no, this is different. Belum ada
Oh.
lagi apa-apa dalam ni.
Oh.
different content.
Nampak tak
Saya
tadi
punya,
I cakap I dah confused. Even the students are going to be confused.
this is like chapter 1, chapter 2, macam tu.
Cakaplah slide ke, ya, course material ke, label.
Material ke. Betul ni. Saya tulis chapter 1.
Ya, saya tahu, tapi saya nampak, oh ini class project ni. Class project
Betul.
dia nak tengok
Sebab
video.
sebab yang ni tak ada content kot. Sebab course assessment ada, jadi tak ada content lagi. So dia nampak macam kosong.
Tu yang saya takut tu. Okay, arrange
Boleh?
them systematically. Okay, tak
Boleh.
apa. So sekarang, I
So
understand.
what I do is dia akan buat dia punya this small videos, and then they will watch before they come to the class, so that when they come to the class, when I explain again to them the slide or whatever things, they will have a better understanding. I can see the difference roughly lah. So I'm thinking how to implement SBL over here. Like for example, these chapters, this chapter 6, chapter 7, chapter 5, 6, 7 ni banyak exercise yang programming punya exercise.
Subroutine semua tu ya? Sorry.
The sequential logic structure semua tu lah.
Betul.
So I was thinking that this part actually can be converted into SBL sebab sekarang pun when they come in, usually I'll just explain sebab slide dia tak banyak and more on exercise. So I'll just explain a bit on the slide, and then we'll start focusing on the exercise, do exercise to practice them on the flow chart, pseudocode semua tu.
Do exercise dalam classroom?
Yes. So usually
watching video outside.
Watching video outside.
Tapi ada tak student yang saya tak tengok video lagi?
Kadang-kadang ada, kadang-kadang tak ada.
Tapi tak apa, sebab kalau kita want to implement this fully, then the students must be prepared lah. We have to say beforehand, before coming to the lecture. Kita akan discuss, but they need to have to prepare. Sebab ni programming ni.
Betul. Sebab tu yang I was thinking how when I attend the SBL 101 dengan 102 ni, I'm thinking about this subject lah in my mind.
Of course. We want to have the students learn better kan? We want to prepare them. So what is the duration of the video? Not necessarily it's going to be 1 hour kan? No, it's not.
No. My idea is not more than 15 minutes. Kalau saya sebagai seorang audience, I also will not watch video more than 15 minutes kot.
Betul. Okay, faham.
So maximum kalau tengok, sebab tu I break it into small chunks. So if you see here, maximum will be 10 minutes.
I've seen this on Panopto. Okay.
So it will be like 10 minutes, 15 minutes or something like that. It will be very short.
Okay, cool. All right. So how many of those? How many videos? Short explainer video of the slides.
Like for example, each chapter got 1 to 2 to 3 video lah, maximum 3 video. If a chapter is very long, like this chapter is quite long.
So small chunks lah ni.
Yes,
but,
betul.
One chapter may not exceed 1 hour macam tu lah kan?
Tak ada.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. And then sometimes this one chapter, if you look into my course outline, contoh chapter 6 kan. Chapter 6 ada 3 video, but if you see my course outline, chapter 6 will be focusing on 2 weeks.
Spread it out to 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. Okay. So sekarang, tepuk dada tanya selera, Rajesh. Rasanya, berapa banyaklah komponen untuk online, untuk programming ni? How do you envision this course to be if it were to be SBL?
That's the thing that I was thinking like, saya nak buat, if I do 3 chapters, it's quite a lot. Sebab dia ada 7 out of 3 chapter. So I'll be thinking that 2 main chapter ke, ataupun because this, not to say all the chapters, but like some of the chapter I'll maybe taking like 1 lesson or 2 lesson from here. Chapter 1, chapter 2, I think probably face to face is better.
I see.
So sebab dia punya content dia lagi senang untuk deliver in face to face.
Okay, so I understand your situation here. You have prepared, you invested your time in preparing the videos, but it can be the online asynchronous because you're saying it's preparation. and you're also discussing it in the lecture later kan? Betul tak?
Betul.
So it's up
Betul.
to you. You want to use it by choice lah. Optional. Nak buat di
Betul.
dalam
For
kelas
now,
atau tidak. Yes.
for now saya
So,
buat macam tu lah. Saya buat macam you watch the
ah,
video, so once you come in, you will have a like macam
discussion.
you dah ada something, and then you have a discussion. So it's like you'll understand better.
It's flip classroom ni. You are doing level 3, Rajesh. Okay?
Itulah.
No matter what it is, once you
Mhm.
are saying that you're preparing the students before coming to the lecture, forcing them to watch the video, get an idea of the discussion later during the class, that means it's flip classroom. You are at BL level 3. But you are now afraid and concerned because you are thinking that you are taking too much of the online component, right?
Yes, betul.
Okay. So sekarang, I can see that the videos are helping out. Do you want to use it as the teaching and learning material too much? Ataupun you want it to be like teaching aid? Something
So,
to ask.
betul. Sebab if I use it as a teaching aid, we already have a slide as a teaching aid, and then
Betul,
other
betul.
things also.
Okay.
Sebab selalunya teaching aid boleh juga. I mean, I can consider that as a teaching aid, but I think also consider that as an online
Content kan? Online content.
Sebab I'm actually in the mid of this video is recorded by the doctor, but I'm actually in the mid of tak sempat lagi lah. I'm in the mid of doing a proper animated video for all the chapters.
I see.
So it is like
Okay,
edited
tak
lah,
apa.
edited video.
Yang kita setuju tadi, yang macam 1 jam kalau kita lecture penuh, it is actually kalau you prepare the video, you hanya perlukan 15 minutes. 15 minutes tu equivalent to 1 lecture hour.
1 hour, yes. Betul.
Sebenarnya, okay? Definition. You dah curate, you dah potong sana, potong sini, edit dan dapat gist saja. So betul, sekarang Rajesh takut ataupun you are afraid that you are taking too much of the online component kan? Betul tak?
Betul.
So sekarang, knowing where the direction of the course, you wish that it can be SBL, you're still meeting them in the classroom kan?
Yes, betul. Still meeting them.
So kalau 3 jam ke tadi? 1 minggu?
Subjek ni 2 jam.
2 jam saja seminggu.
2 jam.
So
2
kalau
jam
macam
lecture,
tu,
2 jam lab.
ada lab. Dan lab tu dalam kelas kan?
Lab dalam computer lab lah.
Computer lab maksudnya dalam kelas lah nak
Kelas
cakap
lah.
physical. Sebab kita try
physical.
to quantify ni sebagai behind the four walls. So you selamat kat situ. Selamat kat situ because you masih ada komponen konvensional. Buat dekat dalam lab. Jadi programming tapi pakai komputer dah takut dah itu online ke kan. But somehow dia sebenarnya membantu sahaja. Okay. So sekarang sebenarnya dia tak sampai pun 50% Rajesh.
Sebab dah ada lab juga kan. And
betul, sebab saya rasa Rajesh jumpa juga budak-budak dalam classroom 2 jam. Jumpa juga buat lab 2 jam.
2 jam.
So
yes,
masa
betul.
you penuh kat situ. Conventional tu lebih sebenarnya. So it is not taking up so much. After all, video tu kena watch before coming to the discussion kan.
Betul.
So dia tak berat sangat.
Kalau saya implement SBL macam ni, and then contohnya like they already have a video, and then like let's say chapter 6 tu maybe 2 lesson I'm doing synchronous online class. Contoh pakai Teams ke, it's still consider boleh lagi kan? Kalau
boleh. Apa salahnya? Asalkan online dia dah jadi online. Cuma sekarang Rajesh ada kemungkinan ada masalah kot. Banyak video kan?
Betul.
So ada perasaan takut kat situ dia akan mencecah lebih daripada 50% online komponen.
Betul. Ya, situlah.
Tapi lepas ni Rajesh ada masa sikit kan, cuba main-main sikit dengan SLT template tu, masukkan seperti yang dalam rancangan course outline ni, masuk dalam SLT template tu and it's going to produce you the results later. Sebab ada lab, ada komponen lecture, tapi sikit je sebenarnya dia punya teaching material, beberapa jam sahaja untuk setiap topik. Setiap minggu ada video kan, betul tak?
Betul, ada.
Saya nampak macam tu. So mungkin ada 30 minit, janganlah letak 30 minit, letak 1 jam. Andai kata dia macam collectively 1 jam untuk seminggu dan letaklah 1 jam. for the online component. Tapi nanti tengok kat bawah sekali berapa jam you spend for the online material.
Online, okay. Yes,
Yes.
betul.
And I'm yet to see your activity. Aktiviti dia macam mana, Rajesh, online? Sebab
Online
tu
punya
video
aktiviti
kan,
sebab
video material.
yes, betul. Material. So online punya aktiviti selalunya macam contohnya all this chapter ni, chapter 5, chapter 6 ni, they have a lot of exercise. Contoh I will have the question that I will be sharing with them. Exercise, contoh saya bagi dia contoh soalan ni, and they need to do the pseudocode, flowchart and a Python code. So usually the students will be, the Python code ditulis dalam Python.
Betul.
The pseudocode and flowchart, usually pseudocode tu dia boleh buat dalam Microsoft Word ke apa-apa. Flowchart ni there is a website called Draw.io.
Ya.
Saya akan gunakan website tu untuk buat.
Yang ni kena buat ketika lecture dalam classroom ke?
Yes. Sebab for now saya tak buat online class kan. So saya memang
Okay.
dalam
So yang
classroom.
tu semuanya dalam classroom. Itu bukan
Semua
online.
tu.
Andai
Yes.
kata, Rajesh kata you want the opportunity to conduct synchronous online punya lecture kan? And at that moment, student will be using Draw.io ketika itu, interact with you online via
Betul.
Microsoft Teams. Then you are going to do breakout room ke whatever. Itu dah consider online component of discussion, teaching, learning activity. So sekarang mungkin minimum lah, I can see that. So
Yes,
I don't
betul.
think you exceed so much. You're going to be like 40 to 50%. Dia tak banyak sebenarnya. So I would suggest, lepas ni you have the time, you transferkan, rasa macam nak buat SBL kan, you transferkan your course outline ni, the weekly tu, masuk dalam SLT. Cuba dulu. Dan kita tengok rough estimation saja.
Boleh.
Okay. So, good to know that,
Okay.
Rajesh. Okay, thank you very much for
Okay,
sharing.
thank you.
That is how the CCI template look like.
Itulah.
For the first time, I baru nampak. Tadi Dr. Vivian, we have Rajesh. Thank you very much, Rajesh, for sharing. Anyone else? Perhaps we can have someone from Koba. I dah tunjuk COE tadi kan, so tak payah lagi lah. Ada tak daripada Koba? Daripada Koba ada? CS sudah? CCI sudah? Kita nak dengar daripada siapa ni? Ada tak siapa-siapa yang berkenaan? Yang rasa nak tengok lah, kita nak buat SBL cepat ni, next SEM. Ada tak? Special SEM, ada tak? Okay, kalau panggil volunteer tak adalah pula ya. Ada tak? Siapa-siapa yang berkenaan nak try, nak tunjuk ke? Betul ke? Adakah saya di jalan yang benar? So itu adalah satu benda yang kita nak tahu kan? Macam tadi kita dah, we have the flavors from CCI tadi, programming nature ya, daripada Mr. Rajesh. Dr. Vivian on business communication, betul? So that is language, humanities, tadi yang STEM kan? Computing. So how about business? Ada tak? Macam accounting, ada tak accounting kat sini? Nak juga tengok macam mana you all mengajar dan expectation to SBL. Ada tak? Jangan takut. We are just doing identification. It's just the course outline. We want to decide which one is actually rasa-rasanya lah boleh buat online. Agak-agaknya yang ni sesuai tak untuk online. Mana tahu kita selama ni tak ada buat blended learning kan? Saya tak marah lah. Tapi which one yang rasanya kita bolehlah convert kepada online terus. Selama ni kita ngajar, kita tahu oh this is actually can be converted online straight away. Boleh cakap Melayu dah kot. Okay, I'm seeing the participants. Because from my observation earlier, I have an expatriate tau. Ada lecturer luar. Okay? Anyone? Jangan segan. Saya tak makan orang. Okay. Izzat Amira? Aiman? Aiman ajar apa this semester? Oh, Aiman.
Ya, doktor. Saya baru masuk, baru habis kelas. Saya baru
Okay.
nama kena suruh banjat.
Tak apa, sebab nama awak ke atas. Tak apa, kita tanya orang lain dulu. Aiman? Okay. Encik Aiman? Aiman ada kat situ, Aiman?
Ada.
Ada. Aiman buat lab ke atau ajar COE punya subjek penuh? Subjek penuh.
Ada kos.
Ada kos
Tapi saya kat lab lah ni, dengar sambil-sambil ni.
Itulah dah tanya kat lab kan sebab tu. Tak apa Aiman, tak apa. Anda forgiven.
Okay.
Hari tu Prof. Bahisham dah share kan? Saya tak nak tanya lagi lah. Sekianlah pula. Miss Fazila? Ada tak nak share? Course outline je pun. Bukan nak tanya lebih-lebih. Kita ada Puan Juliana. Okay. The first time saya dengar nama Puan Juliana. Do you want to share with us? Course outline. Mr. Khairul ke? Dr. Rizwan ni on hold je dari tadi kan? Miss Nazifah? Ni dah start calling on names pula dah. Puan Noraini. Puan Noraini ada kat situ? Oh, Puan Noraini. Saya rasa Puan Noraini ajar maths kan? So kita nak tengok lah ni, boleh tak di SBL kan? Puan Noraini, it will be interesting.
Ya.
Ya. Nak
Baru
tengok lah.
sebenarnya sambil mendengar sambil buat kerja.
Minta maaf Kak.
Tapi macam tengok sampel course outline ni macam rasanya pernah buat tapi tak tahu the proper way lah. Kadang-kadang kita bagi online on macam recorded video to student but then no idea macam mana activities nak involve to get student involved kan kalau yang recorded.
Betul.
Nak tengok macam mana. Suggestion je.
Suggestion Puan Noraini mengajar matematik kan? Kena buat formal pula. So it's very interesting lah kalau kita dapat tengok sampel. Ajar subjek apa tu?
Differential equation.
Alamak, differential equation. DE kan?
Because
jadi,
this semester kan ada banyak cuti kan, yang ada yang macam cuti
Monday.
Kan? Memang ada few lah buat macam online recorded video but then macam saya buat tak proper lah kot.
Bukan tak proper, sejauh manakah keberkesanannya?
Nak tahu feedback student tu okey ke tak okey kan macam tu.
Betul.
Kan?
Sebab tu saya tanya Puan Noraini ni. Puan Noraini nak share tak sikit course outline? Sambil-sambil tu. Ada tak sekarang?
Tak masalah
buat kerja
tak buat
kerja.
Saya sekadar nak tengok, nanti saya tengoklah dia punya recorded punya ni kan, yang ni kan.
Okey. Tak apa. So sekarang sebab the nature tadi programming kita ada business communication. So kenapa saya minta Puan Noraini tadi tu sample of course outline sebab dia interesting. Differential equation is not something easy for the students to follow. Kalau macam saya, dulu saya punya lecturer ialah Dr. Ben, Professor Ben. Prof Abu Bakar dia ajar saya DE. So somehow memang whiteboard je lah. So andai kata you miss the steps, you tak faham, then it's very hard for us to backtrack. So macam Puan Noraini, it will be an advantage apa yang macam Mr. Rajesh buat tadi tu ada video sikit-sikit lah. Macam mana kita nak solve. Okay. Apa nama dia? Macam mana kita nak solve. Ada banyak cara kan Puan Noraini? How do we want to solve the equation? The differential equation ni? So ada partial fraction, expansion. Ya ke? Dah lupa dah.
Betul.
Ya, ada Oh, saya ingat sampai sekarang. Mesti Prof ni sangat very proud of himself. Okay, somehow ambil satu teknik tu kita videokan. Lepas tu tak perlulah tunggu public holiday kan. So somehow just buat tutorial sikit-sikit sebab dia nature of the course. Dia tak sama. So dia ada explainer video. So that is what I sarankan lah basically. So sejauh manakah keberkesanannya student ni melihat video especially when it comes to our electronics course kan Aiman. So somehow we understand ada banyak involving calculation. Macam Rajesh buat tadi tu bagus. So dia ada slide dan dia ada explainer video tapi adakah dia mengambil kira tu sebagai online komponen tu? Adakah dia berat kepada ke arah content material? Adakah dia sebagai teaching aid? So it's up to us anyway. Sebab substitute blended learning ni kalau saya nak establish balik the concept, it is replacing. Maksudnya tanpa kita hadir ke dalam kelas explaining the video, macam Rajesh tadi masuk dalam kelas dia discuss balik kan? Okay, apa yang dah di-prepare tu. So that is flipped classroom. Tapi this one is terus replace all the lecture yang diperlukan untuk kita face to face tu. Maksudnya kalau kita mengajar kat depan tu solving some of the equation ataupun kita mengajar fully dalam classroom, kita terus replace dengan lecture. So that is the concept of online component yang saya ceritakan tadi. And then it's going to be yang kita pilih lah daripada 30% minimum banyak mana we are going to willingly allow ourselves to do that online videos, ataupun how is it going to be interpreted kalau dia goes maximum to 50%. Banyak sangat ni akan menjejaskan pembelajaran the students. So it's again up to the experience of the lecturer. Sejauh mana student boleh menilai lah, ataupun how are they the acceptance level lah for this video kind of lectures. So we have gone through this one era, bukan era lah, satu waktu dulu masa pandemic hari tu, masa COVID-19, March 2020, suddenly everyone transition ke online. So sejauh mana macam Puan Noraini dapat tengoklah maklum balas ataupun respons daripada pelajar ketika itu. So that is the real time when everybody converted online. So can I say that ketika pandemik tu sendiri, semua kelas online kita tu, kita sebenarnya kita buat 100% online. Kita tak jumpa pun student tu, kita tak dibenarkan berjumpa dengan student, tapi we manage ourselves through. Itulah dia sebenar-benarnya model online yang saya terangkan tadi. So what happens now, it is tak boleh lah kan, sekarang kita mestilah cap sikit, 50% saja. Bayar yuran sama tapi kita masih ada online. So that is also another story. The direction yang mana mengatakan kalau if we are fully embarking into SBL, for IPTAs, they are looking into the possibilities to reduce the tuition fee. That is the whole idea actually. Because when you are starting to convert everything online, they're expecting a cheaper tuition rate. Itu masalah dia. But however, when it comes to the time that you invested for this particular online component, you prepare video, you prepare everything, you design basically, semua online, it does take extra time. So you think that it must not do any pengurangan lah sepatutnya terhadap tuition fee itu kan. So it is setara dan sepatutnya we still maintain our tuition fee as it is. So that is a side story for you to realise the reason why we need to implement SBL ni, really plan it carefully. Betul-betul buat supaya penerimaannya oleh students will be, it's going to be accepted campus-wide. Sebab tak naklah nanti ada yang cakap student, course saya ni, lecturer dia buat SBL ni macam ada yang plan betul-betul, design betul-betul, ada yang tangkap muat. So we want to avoid that. So this is the thing that we need to carefully think. Kita tengok kita punya course outline. Kita dah ada experience dah buat fully virtual. Kita dah ada experience dah buat physically fully. Tapi sekarang kita kena buat blended. Kita select mana yang kita nak. So which one is going to be fully convertible into SBL. So which one? Mana yang kita nak online kan? So macam tadi Puan Noraini, which one yang topik yang sangat susah lah. Basically sepanjang pemerhatian mengajar selama beberapa semester differential equation mana topik yang sebenarnya banyak mengundang masalah? Kat mana? Awal-awal semester ke? Tengah-tengah ke?
Is actually bukan topic from the differential equation dia tak ada masalah, cuma the basic one, the background tu very weak, then kita banyak provide video, extra video untuk macam integration ke yang algebraic kan macam tu.
It's not the course.
Because the technically dia orang faham or step by step kan, cuma nak bila shade itulah yang masalahnya yang kat situ. Dan kita kadang macam frust jugalah.
Okey, ini masalah. Ini adalah masalah lain. Ini adalah faktor-faktor luaran. Okey, dan juga faktor-faktor tolakan kepada SBL dalam kelas. Kenapa? Sebab we have to prepare them dengan dia punya basic. Sama juga macam circuit analysis dekat COE, sama juga. Tak ada basic pun. Persamaan kuadratik pun tak tahu. So, kita kena ajar lain dulu. Dan baru datang balik dekat kita punya curriculum kan. So, macam mana kita nak buat tu? So, it is not in the course outline. Betul tak Puan Noraini? Mengajar integration tu bukanlah course outline. That is supposed to be calculus 1. Calculus 1 Okay, tak apalah. So that one will be settled outside. Tapi topik. So get back to the real thing. Topik yang susah dalam DE. Mana? Yang mana satu?
Of course, Laplace transform.
Laplace transform susah?
Okay.
Ya.
Because
Alah.
dah kan
Okey,
dia
okey,
macam
tak apa, tak apa,
application
tak apa.
lah kan lepas
Ah,
transform.
ah, ah. Alah, okey. So kalau macam tu, lepas transform tu minggu ke berapa?
Lepas transform normally after the semester break lah dalam week 8 until 14 kan macam tu.
Saya dah dapat idea dah. Tanpa melihat course outline Puan Noraini, saya dah ada idea. So what it is? Maksudnya, after semester break, Puan Noraini, you are allowed to convert everything into online. Maksudnya Laplace transform tu dah boleh mengajar online. Lepas tu buatlah explainer video macam Mr. Rajesh tadi. Tapi jangan lupa untuk follow up dalam discussion dekat kelas. Because we have to do it like that. Sebab tu topik yang susah kan lepas semester break, Laplace transform. Dan dia ke arah ke final examination towards the end of the semester. So kita akan buat supplementary materials lah online etc. Tapi again it's up to Puan Noraini macam mana nak tengok topik mana yang bagus lah untuk di-convert online. Dia tidak tiada paksaan ya. Dia boleh buat seminimum boleh. Tapi yang mana it will be beneficial for the students to follow closely. Ada step, boleh record, boleh tayang balik, boleh watch balik. So those are the things that we need to find out. Okay, so I leave you Puan Noraini to your work.
But then the problem is that student kita provide all the macam tutorial step by step, but then the problem is that kadang-kadang dia orang takes time sampai very last minute baru nak tengok the videos. Then after that nak close to the test baru nak tengok. So ada gaps lah kat situ. Student yang memang very eager nak tonton video, all that, and then ada satu lagi gaps yang relax saja.
Okay, faham.
So macam mana nak
So,
imbangkan tu?
Video ni diberikan bila?
Hmm?
Bila video ni expected? 1 week before?
Actually 1 week before the lesson lah.
I see. Kalau boleh bagi awal lagi boleh?
I mean the subtopic lah. I mean subtopic macam
yang penting
next
tu.
week kan kita belajar 4.1. So this week the 1 week before tu kita dah bagi dah release the tutorial punya video kan.
Okay. Macam ni Puan Noraini, you can always say dengan bukan assignment yang kira markah tengok video ni, bagi dua soalan suruh solve, upload kat Brighton.
Yes.
Suruh upload kat Brighton.
I put the lesson lah kan, under the lesson Brighton ada lesson kan? Lesson dalam Brighton ada.
Ini adaptive learning ke ni?
Lesson I put lesson and then
okay.
Kan?
Right.
The same time they can do the exercise from there. So I monitor lah how many student yang completed the lesson. Okay, but then adalah yang few yang memang separuh setengah jalan je kan. Macam tu
tak
kan.
tak apa. Dia masih buat tapi tak habis. Tapi macam mana kita nak make sure that dia buat kerja tu kan? Sebab this one is independent learning, sendiri punya responsibility. So we don't have any power or control over this. Kita cakap dengan dia, kita tagkan dia dengan carry mark. Dah.
Memang.
Itu style saya sekarang. Memang tak ada kat course outline tu. Tapi if you do this, you'll be performing better in your test tu. So sekarang ramailah yang buat homework tu. Ramailah yang buat lesson tu. Kan? Right, tak apa. So saya nampak Laplace transform Puan Noraini tu habis sahaja dia punya semester break tu, dia akan terus buat video sikit-sikit. So maybe itulah yang di SBL kan nanti. My thoughts lah. So perhaps you can venture into that. Of course, after this workshop, we are not going to stop here. I'm going to go into every college to visit you guys, and then we are going to do hands-on activity kerana we want to ensure that you have at least 1 semester to prepare. Kita akan buat course outline ni. Hari ni workshop untuk siapa yang hadir. Tapi siapa yang tak hadir, kita akan pergi ke college masing-masing. And then I'm going to personally be there. And we are going to guide you on your SBL course outline dengan SLT. Sebab dalam 4 jam, there's nothing much that we can do. We want to try to understand first. Adakah ini tanggapan yang betul? Is this the first impression? Pun tak betul lagi kan, online ke face-to-face synchronous, tak betul lagi. So then dah rectified, and then we have to see we need some thoughts. We need to spend some time to identify which one in the course outline is good for us to convert to online. Because if it's online, you don't have to replace it with a face-to-face lecture anymore. Please remember that. You don't have to do it. Okay, you are not committing yourself. Dah buat online, nak pula kena buat dekat dalam kelas. Tak payah. It's just a matter of wrapping up the discussion. Saya ada nampak tangan tadi. Siapa tu? Izzat Amirah Siapa angkat tangan? Mengaku? Oh, tak ada. Okey. Mungkin nak
Saya
tanya.
tertekan.
Okey. Tak apa, dah mengaku dah. Okey. Okay. So on that thought, ada yang menarik ni idea yang saya nak bagi tahu. Tapi in the meantime, Mr. Rajesh dengan Dr. Vivian, I trust you. You are doing your SLT template because I'm going to visit you again. Sambil-sambil tu, ni selingan, ada yang mengingatkan bahawa SBL ni is something that you can do it. Macam semester ni bagus kan? 7 minggu semester break, 7 minggu belajar balik. Betul tak? So, andai kata saya nak maksimum 50%. Katakan 50% online. Adakah itu bermakna mula-mula 7 minggu pertama semester tersebut you are doing it actually conventional, duduk dalam classroom, mengajar. Lepas tu semester break dah tak jumpa dah budak-budak ni. Lepas tu 7 minggu what are you going to do? You are not going to do physical anymore. You are saying that you are going to go straight online sampai final exam. Adakah itu model yang boleh diguna pakai? Ask yourself. So is this actually the one that we are going to allow you to do? Okay, so I don't want to get you the impression saying, boleh pula lah buat 7 minggu tu physical, 7 minggu tu kelas online. Tak. That's not the idea. Because you are still going to use the SLT template untuk tengok which one you're going to meet and then which one you're going to tailor the online class for the difficult topics of your choice, for example. So, dia tak akan jadi 50% fully kerana 50% tu mengambil kira all the components yang content material, teaching learning activities dan assessment secara online. So, it's going to be just like 30%. You are seeing that I did my course outline tadi. Okay, by example, ada 5 ke 4 minggu fully convertible to online. Semua online. Lecture online. Saya tak jumpa diorang kat classroom. Maksudnya saya dekat office, saya ajar and then discuss. Follow up. So it's always like that, the model that I follow. And then walaupun 5 minggu tu online, so masih ada 14 minggu, tolak 5. So berapa tu? Estimate dalam lagi tinggal 9 kan? So maksudnya apa? Adakah saya mencapai hampir, okey katakanlah ambillah kalkulator ni. 5 bahagi 14. Dah lama tak pakai kalkulator. Saya kata kat sini, kalau macam tu lah convert dia kepada online, saya dapat 36%. 36% saya punya SBL. Katakanlah. So that doesn't work that way. It doesn't mean that macam tu by simple calculation. Sebenarnya tidak. Sebenarnya dia mengambil kira all the material, teaching learning activity dan juga assessment. Semua. So everything done online will be calculated in the SLT template. So how much you're going to be spending, that would be calculated there. And of course, it's not as the clear-cut basis yang macam tadi, 7 minggu online, 7 minggu physical. Tak, that's not the case. Right? But is that allowed? Of course, it is allowed as long as the SLT template saying that it is still capped at 50%. So you can try if you want to. But why do you want to do that? Okay, do you hate to see your students? Okay, or do you love spending more time on research? For sure, everyone is doing it now. Adakah sebab pergi conference selama 7 minggu? Tak mungkin kan? So why do you take up that sampai 50% tak jumpa the students for the rest of the 7 weeks? So this is something for you to ponder. How do you design and plan your class? It must be again tied to your objectives, learning outcome, course outcome, dan juga is of course the course delivery to the student experience. Is the student taking up the learning? So if it's not, then there goes your assessment performance of the class. So this must be carefully designed and we'll see it from the template. So I have, apa tadi daripada Puan Noraini, mathematics. We have, DE lah, okay. Dan Dr. Vivian, business communication. Remind me again, Mr. Rajesh, programming. Ada tak siapa-siapa yang lain nak menunjukkan something? Tak ada ya? Bukan sekarang lah kot. Tapi do you have the idea? Do you have the idea what we are going to plan now? So we are moving to SLT template. Okay. So sekarang maybe before maybe Dr. Vivian dengan Mr. Rajesh akan bentangkan semula SLT tu. Estimate saja. I don't want a full one. So I'm going to show you this one. So this is my course outline tadi kan? Tapi saya nak menjurus kepada SLT. So this is the SLT that you can see. Let's try to understand this better. Okay, walaupun dia kata hands-on, tapi I know that you need to have more time to understand this. So kat sini ada disclaimer. Right, so classes yang ada lab ke ni macam ni lecture hour yang specified by the registrar. Ini lecture tadi. So saya ada letaklah komen-komen kat sini. Feel free to see. Lecture component ni adalah yang face-to-face lecture session. So you can use this as a guide. Semua yang warna purple tu is for you to see. And then macam yang saya promise the students from the early semester tu 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 would be face-to-face. Saya jumpa dalam classroom. Tapi I'm now going to explain to you what is required from you. Like Mr. Rajesh, you have tutorial. You have lab. So maksudnya Mr. Rajesh will be having it here. Ada lecture, ada lab. So 2 jam di sini, 2 jam dekat lab. Betul? And then you're going to provide them slides. So those are going to be guided. Pasal ada video, ingat tak video tadi? Explain a video in the case of Mr. Rajesh. So you're going to have guided video. So kat sini lah. Okay. But this one, think about it. Is it going to be online component? Online video kan? So that is outside of the classroom. So perhaps Mr. Rajesh will be putting it here instead. Teaching learning material. Berapa jam? Janganlah letak minit ya. Nanti you kena letak 0.25. Up to you because you are doing it that way. Boleh lah kan suku jam 15 minit kan explain the video. So you're going to put it there 25%, sorry, 0.25 hours. Up to you. Tapi elok-eloknya nombor bulat. Okay, and then activity, tak ada lah kot. Macam Mr. Raj tadi, assessment ada? Belum lagi. So kat situ, you are going to see ada somehow reflected SLT of the student. Beban dia belajar pada minggu tersebut. So somehow when it comes to layer 2 lagi, week number 2 kan. So you don't have any much, my students will relax. Until it comes to, week 4, dah ada assignment. And then I pun dah announce ada test 1 dalam minggu ke-6. So what happens next? Ni yang saya cakap tadi, assignment tu kena spreadkan lah. Complete assignment dalam 3 minggu. And then that's how you spread the assessment. Ni lah assessment tu, assignment tu adalah bentuk online. Kenapa online? Dia kena buat simulation online. So using software. So that is the clear-cut way of doing things lah. It's online. And then you have software involved. And then you have 1 hour sendiri 1 hour assessment ni tutorial video. Cara-cara menggunakan software. How to perform this. And then minggu ke-5 buat sendiri. Belajar macam mana nak menggunakan software tersebut. Up to you. This is the student learning time solely. Independent learning. Lepas tu diorang kena buat report dan juga kena bentangkan the results in the report. Dia tak perlu buat presentation. So I estimate for that particular assessment assessment online component memakan masa hanya 4 jam. 4 jam saja nak complete the thing because sebenarnya simulation tu sekejap je. It's just half an hour dapat result and then you can estimate. Dia tak memerlukan masa yang banyak sampai 9 jam. So you can actually forecast lah berapa lama they're going to spend. Paling teruk lah, maximum they're going to be using their time macam 4 jam sahaja. Termasuk report writing. Report tu pun dalam berbentuk format lab report sahaja. Dia tak perlu ada macam-macam yang lain lah. Okay, discussion. Apa yang dia dapat, itulah yang dia explain. So it's very clear cut assignment. And then that is 4 hours required from them online component. So saya letak ke online. And then kat sini tiba-tiba dah ada test kan minggu ke-6 test. So test ni berjalan secara physical. So we are doing it physically in the classroom. But I put it here as being 2 hours of preparation time. So this is non-guided self-learning. Buat sendiri. Belajar sendiri. So pembelajaran kendiri. That is the thing. So when you're doing that, assessment ni 1 jam, ambil kira dalam classroom dan prepare untuk test tersebut. Dan minggu tersebut, I don't have any lecture dalam classroom. Okay, remember that. So dia dah omit lah. There's no, not found lah kat sini. The weightage. So somehow, remember, kita dah start, my lecture starts from like week 6 sampai dekat week 10 ni. I did my lecture online. Ada asynchronous video, ada explainer video, macam-macam. So I throw them into, bukan throw them. I park them under teaching and learning material. So somehow kat sini adalah meeting dengan diorang, synchronous online, Microsoft Teams. 3 jam seminggu, 3 jam lah. Okay, 3 jam. Tapi pada minggu ke-9, sebab banyak sangat perkara berlaku kat sini, dia nak buat assignment juga. So somehow saya tidak ada lecture. Saya putuskan untuk mempunyai just 15 minutes, 10 minutes video lecture sebab dah tak berat sangat lah by that time on the topic. IP routing ni tak berat sangat. It has been covered earlier. Tapi yang berat kat sini nampaknya activity lah sebab kita nak buat activity secara online. So that means the students are going to be collaborating with themselves dekat, on Microsoft Teams, and then they're going to produce macam what are their findings. So that's the thing, the presentation ke, group work. So those are the things that we can do. Untuk online komponen berlaku di MS Teams dan dia mengambil kira sebanyak 7 jam belajar lah, student learning time. Apa pula yang 2 jam ni? 2 jam ni non-guided sebab saya kena prepare material lah untuk assignment tu. Saya tak guide diorang, it's just that instruction. So dia akan ambil 2 jam to understand the klausa-klausa yang diperlukan untuk that particular assignment. So that means ada requirement. So I have to guide them. Okay, therefore, if it to be guided, then it falls under guided. Tapi if it's not guided, non-guided, that means it's just plain case analysis ke whatever, problem solving. So macam mathematics ke whatever, bagi terus. Okay, tanpa ada guided guided steps etc. for them to solve. So it will fall into this category. Right? So more on that. Test tu sama juga modelnya 1 jam kat dalam kelas. Which is going to be next week lah, hari Isnin saya ada test tu dalam kelas 1 jam je. Tapi nak prepare tu ambil masa banyak sebab this is actually cumulative daripada sini 7 dan 8. Minggu 7 dan 8, test dia adalah pada minggu ke-11 untuk berkenaan topik tersebut. So this is something about allowing their time to understand the topics better. So kita bagi homework, we try to reinforce the understanding, we give them all these guided instructions ataupun homework exercise. DIY quizzes. Tapi tak ambil markah. So that is part of teaching tu lah. Okay, it's not assessment. Okay, so this is part of the assessment. Nampak kat sini. Again, assignment tu saya spread into 3 weeks. So you can see 1 jam, 2 jam sebab nak buat report. So it's always a model that I feel comfortable with. And then the student, they're not complaining because I stretch them to 3 weeks. So macam sekarang is ongoing lah assignment 2. Because it starts from week 9 And then towards the end, kita jumpa physical balik and then ada guided, non-guided. So that is how you play with the numbers. I'm saying that you can manipulate these numbers, but you need to do a rough estimation, but use a good guess estimation. So that means dia akan juga converge lah into 40, 40, 20. So it has been capped at that particular number. So kat sini rupa-rupanya conclusion lah from week 6 until week 10 ni rupa-rupanya banyaklah dah ada assignment, ada lecture secara online. Tapi online-nya hanyalah 36 hours. So that means walau macam mana sekalipun I convert all my lectures online Tadi ada 5 minggu online. Dia tidaklah memakan banyak sangat peratus untuk online komponen tersebut. So it's just taking some. It's not all. So you might be afraid just now macam Mr. Rajesh kan, oh there's so many, tapi you are modeling it using flipped classroom model kan. So explainer video tu lebih kepada supporting. But you can also use it for teaching material. But you have them in chunks, 15 minutes, 10 minutes. So make it cumulative, then you can see the real estimation of their SLT. How long should they spend into watching each video? Okay, sama juga dengan Dr. Vivian tadi. So how long are they going to produce you the report? Is it going to be involving collaboration? Andai kata sebenarnya ada formula, tapi I'm not going to burden you with the formula. Andai kata it's going to be individual assignment. They're going to take up the responsibility 100% themselves. So that means it's just 1 hour to them. But equivalently, kalau they are doing it in pairs, then you are going to have an estimation saying that it is like 50%. Ada 2 orang kan nak buat kerja, so you're going to share the weight. So it's going to be just 0.5. Macam itulah estimation SLT. Sebab diorang berkongsi load. That's the reason why you have your peer review, peer assessments makan. How much are they going to contribute at the end of the day? Tapi this is a clearly estimation sahaja for the calculation. The benefit will be, again, if you plan it carefully, then okay, the delivery should be okay and it's going to be acceptable for the students to follow. Ada juga yang terlampau semua lecture video, semua YouTube video. Not only that, we are now talking about SBL. Some people, they are cancelling classes even on Mondays. Why? Because that's the thing. It's about our delivery. Do you have any plans on how to replace the cancelled class, for example? So please ensure that you have some plans whenever you want to mitigate the missing classes ataupun adalah try to overcome all those missing lectures. Do not simply cancel classes because you feel that you are sick. You're going to be sick. That's the worst thing, yeah? You're going to be sick and tomorrow the class will be cancelled. So there's no such thing. So usually it's on emergency, kan? Emergency basis. And then going for conferences, you are allowed to do so. So if you are doing conferences, so for example, if I have conferences, katakanlah dekat minggu, okay, conference bulan raya, bulan puasa, 6 dan 7. Say for example, I'm leaving for conferences, I wouldn't be found in the campus for 2 weeks. I'm doing asynchronous teaching learning. So maksudnya I dah prepare explainer video, semua dah siapkan. Macam you siapkan you punya anak-anak nak pergi sekolah when you are not there. So this is where you are going to prepare the students with video. Jangan video saja, kenalah juga ada teaching and learning activities to support their learning kan. So maksudnya kalau panopto is a good point there, you boleh insert some quizzes. So if it were to be a YouTube video, so mana you nak letakkan all the questions? You boleh guna assessment dalam Brighton. Alah, just multiple choice questions pun boleh, tak ada masalah. As long as the students watch the videos and then they do some DIY quizzes and then you ask them to do reflection. Apa tadi key takeaway daripada watching the video tu? Apa yang penting sangat? Apakah intisari daripada video tersebut? So all those things yang you are going to ask. And then don't forget to follow up. Itu when it comes to you are not there to assist them with their learning. That's the reason why we came up with the suddenly idea yang TJ ada bagi tahu tu is the SIM, self-instructional module. So if that were to be the case, what does it mean? It means that whenever I'm missing for the lectures here in the classroom, this one yang online, I have to supply them with a self-instructional module to get them ready for the classes. So you know how hard it is to produce just a single topics self-instructional module, isn't it? It's very hard to do that. So what I would recommend, you have to have a clear guide for the students. When you leave them alone, independent learning, watch the video, step 1. Number 2, extract what is the information that you think is going to be important. Number 3, do some quiz. Okay, and then number 4, sum up ataupun when we meet up again, we're going to discuss. So that's the thing that we're going to say. Right. So okay. So I think it's about time for us to check on Dr. Vivian and Mr. Rajesh. How far have you come with this SLT calculation? Are you okay? Do you think you're okay? You're right. Oh yes, Dr. Vatana. Since when? Sorry, I didn't see that.
No, just Doctor, just to check with you. The other day, so you mentioned follow up. You said let's say we give them an activity, right, like a flipped classroom, ask them to do something,
Yeah.
of not during the class hours. You did mention that you asked how we follow up. Ken, what is your suggestion?
Follow up. There are many ways for us to follow up, especially for
Okay.
postgrad. You guys, you have your telecommunication pula. Do you have your communication channel? I mean your Telegram.
I
Your
don't use Telegram, but I use
WhatsApp.
the Teams chat, Teams post, and WhatsApp chat. Dua-dua. I use
Okay.
both.
Okay, you know the problem with the international students with Microsoft Teams?
So far, no. They are
So far, no.
okay.
Okay,
So far,
cool.
no.
Okay, are they comfortable using Microsoft Teams chat?
Mostly are, but I use both lah, chat, and then I use my WhatsApp group as well. So I tell them that I've posted messages or whatever
I
in
see.
the chat. So please
Oh,
check.
that is follow up to you.
Or is
Okay,
that
never mind.
follow?
No. Follow up conversation.
Yeah.
But follow up, there's something posted on Microsoft Teams chat. So, what kind of questions do you post on the Microsoft Teams chat?
So
Follow up
questions
tu macam mana?
No, but I'm asking you, let's say you said that there must be a follow-up after you give them an assignment, right? So my question is, what is your suggestion? How do we follow up? Because the last session though, 101 though, after I said that, when I post videos and I give them activities after class, the first half is the, video. Then the next half I ask them to, discuss that. You asked me, how do you follow up on that discussion? I told you that the follow-up is the following week, right?
Yeah.
Tapi you
And
said
then,
there must be some other follow-up. So my question is, what is your
how?
suggestion? Yeah, how? What do
Okay.
you want us?
So,
What should we do?
okay, so let's take for example my master's class, data network. So somehow what do we have here? They usually not keen on flipped classroom. So I teach flipped classroom. They don't read because they're working. I always have a synchronous Microsoft Online meeting, but then we do activities. Then. So I use Microsoft Whiteboard. But in terms of following up, what are the activities I can do? I use Microsoft Forms to collect their responses. That's one easy way to do that. Or you can use Google Form if you want to, if you're familiar with that, comfortable with that. Collect their answers because you can always handwritten, etc., type written, up to you. You are still accepting any kind of responses. Do just a simple multiple choice questions. You understand this? Even my Mentimeter can be a follow-up question for the next meeting, for the next lesson. You can do that. Meaning, say for example, after this workshop, just now I opened up with understanding the background, remember? Okay, and then after that, I'm going to conclude this as a follow-up. So that one can be done after the class. You can post onto the Microsoft Teams chat, Microsoft Forms for the students to follow up by filling in the responses, the questions about the topics that you have covered, the level of difficulty, understanding, rate their understanding. So that's a good yardstick for you to see how they manage their understanding. It's easy like that. Just use Microsoft Form. You can use it here anyway. Mana ya? Ni. Pakailah ni. Tapi you're going to do it after class kan? Betul tak? Follow up kan? Nama dia follow up. Okay, follow up means betul-betul. Pakailah ni. Jomlah kita buat sekejap ha. New poll. Buat. Tapi without the students present lah. Meaning this is the Microsoft Teams. Nanti I'm at the end of the workshop I'm going to stop recording. Semua dismiss kan? But the Microsoft Teams chat is still there. Yes. So you're going to put the poll. How many of you think that the topic is difficult? So you're going to put multiple choice question. It's been given that way. And then rate yourself. Which one is yang faham betul-betul 100% faham kan. Kononnya lah, okay? And then multiple choice boleh cakap, which topic do you want me to cover next week? Sorry. Which topic do you wish me to cover next week? Okay? Satisfied tak tadi dengan penerangan saya? So, adakah saya menjawab soalan? So, kat sini lah somewhat satisfied ke whatever. Adalah tunjuk kat sini kan recommended tu. So, letak kat sini, bagi seminggu. Jangan bagi satu hari bagilah seminggu until we meet again because that's the nature of a postgrad punya course. Oh, and then you nampaklah poll punya result. Oh, macam ni. So, I have to improve on this topic. Macam itulah. So, itulah follow up-nya. Okay? Alright. Can. Terus dekat dalam Microsoft Teams ni. Even Mr. Rajesh hari tu pun dah cerita pasal Microsoft Forms ketika menggunakan Microsoft Teams. Thank you, Mr. Rajesh. Ingat lagi. Macam-macam ni. Pakai word salad. Pakai word salad ni tak, it's not harmful. Okay, ask everyone. Apa pendapat you all tentang benda ni? Best tak hari ni? Takut tak dengan SBL? So, cakaplah kat situ. Okay? It's very nice. If you can use the tool and then use the tool to shape Okay, to design what you're going to deliver for the next lesson. Too much talking. Okay, right. So that's it. Ta-da. Okay. Ada question? Oh, saya ada nampak something. Saya rasa I want to go into something here. Can we do that? Saya ada nampak draft. Draft daripada Mr. Rajesh. Jom Mr. Rajesh, jom kita tengok ni. Why don't you snatch this
Okay.
Can. Okay.
Sekejap saya share screen.
Okay.
Uh,
Now you do your talking.
so, what I planned
Oh, cepatnya.
from my SLT yang currently ada tu, and then I tambahkan the material, so all the videos, even though it's like few, I put it as one hour lah.
Sebab tadi 10 minutes, 15 minutes kan?
10
Combine je
minutes,
lah.
15 minutes.
Estimation
So,
je. Okay.
estimation saya boleh letak 1 hour, so every week saya ada lecture 2 jam, lab 2 jam.
Betul.
So, and then this is non-guided calculation lah. So this is
Rasa-rasanya
for
lah.
my rasa-rasanya my non-guided, and this is like quiz, for example, quiz. This is midterm, and then there is another quiz here, and then this is for the practical exam punya ni lah slot.
Betul.
And then this is the, for example, practical exam punya online, sebab saya akan bagi dia orang exercise semua tu. And this is like 1 hour for the material lah. The
Final
video.
exam masuk tak?
Tak.
Tak ada final?
Kat sini tak masukkan lagi saya. Tapi saya kena adjust balik kot. Sebab kalau masukkan final exam, dia akan terlebih 120. So, I need to adjust back.
Tak apa. Nanti tengok balik. So,
and then saya letak sini semua 1 hour for the video. And then for the activity, I have 4 hours. And then for the assessment, maybe one quiz only I will do online. So, I put another 1 hour. So, it's 99.
Graded Graded quiz?
Yes, graded.
Yes, minggu
graded
ke-6.
quiz. So,
Okay.
sebab tu saya letakkan assessment.
Okay.
So it will be like 90 and 21, which is the percentage is 17.5. Tak cukup.
Sebenarnya kan, Mr. Rajesh, I think you are inclined towards face-to-face. I can see that and I can feel that.
Sebenarnya kalau buat SBL tu, yang ni dah boleh remove dah ni. Contohnya this chapter ni, kan, masuk tambah
so
sini.
macam ni, bagus ni, kita ada model sebab kita kena buat trial and error. First time, Mr. Rajesh masukkan template daripada course outline. Ingat tu, approach ada dua. Mula dengan dekat SLT atau mula daripada course outline. So, Mr. Rajesh now, daripada course outline masuk ke SLT template. So, that is the technique kan. Lepas tu, you adjust a bit dan nampaknya you are inclined towards face-to-face. Sebab itulah, okay, banyak ni budak-budak nampak tak burden sikit.
Betul.
Okay. So saya rasa dekat guided dengan non-guided tu nanti adjust a bit lah. Okay, yang conventional sebelah kiri. Okay.
Betul.
Online
itulah
ni
pula
dia tak cukup pula lah 40-40-20 tu. Perasan? Tadi guide kita ni berapa? 2 jam
Betul.
2 jam. So kalau 2
jam lecture, 2 jam lab.
Okay. So that's the thing. So nanti tengok balik tak cukup. Adjust a bit lah. Okay, teaching learning material tu nampak sebab saya banyak rasanya tadi banyak sangat explainer video. Setiap minggu ada. Betul. So you are going to be selective.
Cuma I think maybe I need to increase on the activity dengan assessment sikit.
Betul.
Activity ada 1, 2, 3, 4 je.
Tak cukup tak cukup activity lah tu kan. So that's
dia patutnya 40 this lah 40
tapi
20 kan.
Ini in the case of 3 credit hour course. My course tadi kan 3 credit hour. So 14 8. So yours will be kena calculate jugalah daripada berapa tadi.
Credit hour 3. Credit hour saya 3. Tapi saya ada 2 jam lecture, 2 jam lab.
Sebab itulah tak jadi calculation ni. Sebab template ni andai kata you buat 2 jam lab kan. So I would recommend sebab dia guna benda tu dia tak convert. So I would suggest yang lab tu tukar jadi 1 jam. Boleh? Boleh tak? Sebab tu dia terlebih. Betul tak? Tu tanya tadi tu, is it credit hour dia 4 ke berapa?
Credit hour 1. Credit hour 3 tapi kan lab credit hour 3 tapi kan lab kita orang tu 2 hours is equivalent to 1.
Yang lecture tu kan, contact hour kan. So kita pakai 1 lah. Okay, nanti you work on that. So it should be increase lah. Tapi still face to face tu banyak. Okay, more teaching learning activity. So maksudnya Rajesh kena put on more include more activities teaching learning tu ketika berlakunya online session. Right?
Betul. Faham.
Assessment tu pun tambah lagi lah. Dan jangan
Betul.
lupa
Dan
assessment
activities
tu
lah. Activities sebenarnya ada ni every.
ada. Sure ada.
Mesti ada.
Without us realizing it. Okay, but for
Betul.
assessment tu, ini true case It's good for us to follow. Thank you very much Mr. Rajesh, sebab kita mula-mula kita buat kita tak nampak kan. Tapi
Betul.
ni case yang super sungguh lah case ni, sebab ni adalah lecture campur lab. Okay, dia lain sikit nature dia. So nanti dia akan di-adjust, dan kalau ditengokkan kan, sebenarnya bukan pun blended learning course, perasan tak?
Itulah.
Apakah syarat-syarat blended learning course? Blended learning course, how do we recognize the course as a blended learning course? It must be 30% until 79% online.
Betul.
So sekarang Rajesh punya ni bukan online, dia sikit sangat. So maksudnya you are inclined. Ini pun dah justify juga. Entah-entah lah kan, Rajesh tak boleh buat SBL ni. Nampak tak?
Betul.
Seolah-olah mengatakan bukan tak mungkin boleh, tapi dia berat ke arah face to face.
Face to face, betul.
Banyak lecture video banyak.
Betul.
Tapi
sebenarnya
macam
dah boleh
mana
kurangkan
cara?
ni. Ni dah boleh kurangkan ni sebab
Ingat tak saya pesan tadi?
can remove that side.
So adakah dengan lecture video yang banyak tadi tu, kan setiap chapter ada video kan?
Yes.
Nanti Rajesh buanglah minggu ke-10 ke, selektif lah which one that you think is not going to be harmful lah for the student without the lecture dalam kelas tu. Okay?
Boleh. So, sebenarnya I was thinking that bila saya nak buat SBL ni, I was thinking that ini semua ni, sebab ini semua ni dalam lecture saya tak ajar banyak pun. Diorang datang buat exercise je. And then we will discuss the question. And that thing can be done online sebab they are using the tool. Even dalam kelas pun diorang guna laptop, diorang buat exercise buat flowchart.
Betul. So sebenarnya boleh. Sebenarnya apa-apa kursus yang the nature of the course is involving computers is most likely to be online. Online possible. Okay, so now we are talking about our course. Is it SBL ready? But now Mr. Rajesh illustrated something. Oh, rupa-rupanya kalau buat macam ni lah kan, sebab dia betul-betul translate daripada course outline tadi. Macam ni rupanya SLT tu. Budak-budak ni sebenarnya burden dah tak cukup. Oh, bukan BL pun. Tapi Mr. Rajesh kata seolah-olah dia dah macam flip classroom tadi kan? Betul tak? Tapi macam mana tu?
Sebab banyak sangat lecture tu, physical.
Betul. So maksudnya kita kena perhalusi lagi all this SLT ni. Kita kena tengok baliklah mana yang rasanya sesuai, kita buang. Ingat tu, dia replacing. Jangan pula kita masuk juga ke kelas online, kita masuk juga ke classroom biasa, physical. So menambahkan beban kepada student. So this is what we want to plan. Okay, so bagus. I think there'll be a revision. So Mr. Rajesh is okay with minor correction ke major?
Itu major ni.
Major correction ni.
Dan juga saya send balik.
Okay, tak apa Rajesh, ada masa berapa bulan ni? Bolehlah buat.
Itulah.
Okay, so bergurau saja. That is, thank you very much Mr. Rajesh. We see a real life scenario what we thought that it can be SBL, tapi sebenarnya inclined to BL, just conventional, rupa-rupanya. Okay, bagus. It's a good example. Really appreciate it. Okay, so we may have another 5 minutes. Nak tengok lah Dr. Vivian dah siap belum?
Okay, boleh.
Boleh sekejap je lah. Tak ada problem dengan lab semua kan?
Sekarang
boleh. Snatch. Okay. Itulah, week 2 je dah ada assignment, Dr. Vivian.
Okay. So ini untuk IT communication like business com punya lah. Alright. Okay. So what do I need to? Okay, so this is how it looks like. Okay, so face to face. Alright, and then this one it's a combination of face to face, meaning face to face class and also online class. Alright, so for these 3 topics. And then you can see that the assessment here, it's the online assessment. So it's 4 hours. All right, online assessment. Assignment 2, also online assessment. All right, and then so it's a combination, face-to-face and also online. Then this is topic 5, fully online. No, face-to-face. And then topic 6, fully online. And then you can see that, this one, topic 7 and topic 8 is a combination, online and face-to-face. Then after that, topic 9, fully face-to-face. And then there's 3, fully online. And then the last one, face-to-face. And then we have the final exam, 6 plus 2. So this is the, the percentage, can we say that? Oh, no, the credit hours, right?
Credit hours, yeah.
Okay, so in total.
Credit hours pula. SLT.
SLT.
Ah,
Okay, 120. So then,
okay, as what we were forecasting just now, right? We might have reaching 50%, slightly above 40% lah. Okay, but this is good. Okay lah, first time. But I need you to revise a bit on the assignment. Can we look into the weeks that we have? This is just a suggestion, yeah. Remember, with this SLT template, our aim to not burden the students will be clearer because we have the template. Do you see that week 1, the students are going to be relaxed, 7 hours of SLT, and then suddenly shooting up? Oh, are you combining week 2 and 3? Oh, okay. So that's the impression why it shoots up to 15.
Yeah.
Okay. So on average, it's just going to be 7 to 7.5 per week. No wonder. Okay. All right. So okay. As much as possible, you want to use the weekly topic format. Okay, so it's easier for us to track. Would that be okay? Maybe on the second revision lah.
I will make changes to make it like weekly, right? Not to combine.
Because this is coming from the course outline, right?
Yeah.
Just now, remember? I can see that. But it's okay. So at the moment that it goes shooting beyond 10 hours per week, wow. So that is an indication the students is overburdened. So be careful. It's also serving as a guide that the students are not going to be working too much on your course. So that's something. It works as a reminder as well. Okay. Except that, can you see that week number 8 is already shooting up till 15. SLT.
So not more than 10, are you saying?
No. Just rule of thumb lah.
All right.
Okay. I think it's better because the student is also taking somebody else's course, right?
Yes.
So because they are doing your assignment, then they are going to skip my class. That's what I'm trying to say. Why? Because they want to use that amount of time somewhere else. So you don't want to burden them.
Meaning that the weightage for the assignment is advised to be adjusted. Is it?
Adjusted, yes, exactly. For week number 8, if it goes too much, up till 15. So why don't you spread a bit from this week? 1 week to go to 2 weeks, for example? Because you want them to take up the responsibility to complete the assignment. At the same time, you want them to learn. The learning process is also important. Allow them to understand what they are doing. Allow them that they need to work together if it were to be a group presentation or something like that. And then if they are going to produce a report, allow them, say for example, the list that you can get is like 1 week for them to prepare the report, because you need to sit there and then they're going to type in their report and then they have to review it before submitting to you. Make sure that it is meaningful. So that is our fast track. Okay, so that's the thing. I mean it's burdening too much lah. Already we are seeing. Okay, why don't that 4 hours for week number 8, break it up into 2. I mean, bring it down to the following week 9. 2 hours, 2 hours. I think it's just fine. Isn't it? So meaning the deadline.
So actually, in fact, they are not going in the real timeline. They are not going to take out 4 hours for the assignment 3. So for week 8 also. So all right. So I think I can
Yes.
you then.
You can distribute
So it is
the weightage.
until the submission date now, right?
Yes, exactly. So like my
given
case, I have
like
3 weeks.
week.
Yes.
They're given a few
Yes.
to work on this one. Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, because it needs to work that way. It needs to be planned ahead. So meaning, we do not share this document, the SLT template, with the students. But we want to ensure that we understand them, their task. They're not going to overwork with the assignment that we give to them. So this is the rule of, SLT actually. Because sometimes, remember when I mentioned just now at the early stage of the workshop, I mentioned that sometimes you just issue one assignment and then the deadline is just around the corner. It's just a 3-day assignment.
Deadline will be a few weeks later. So this, which
Up
means
to you.
hours will be distributed for, let's say,
Yes.
after
2 to 3 weeks. 2 to 3
Yeah,
weeks. It's just nice.
okay, I see.
Okay. Here we are not judging the students to do the last minute kind of submission. Yeah.
You're right.
We try to distribute the time, thinking about them already that they might take longer time to do the work. But of course, they're going to push it right to the end of the semester, to the week where they're going to submit the assignment. Yes.
Okay.
So that's their responsibility. It's none of our business anymore.
Okay. I see. Yeah.
So
now I got it.
For us, that's how we do it. We want to safeguard ourselves because this one, usually they are going to see the document. Hey, where's your SLT? So when SLT is becoming more important, then this is going to be the evidence.
Okay.
Right?
So what about this?
This one is okay. You are not shooting up till 50%. You are okay. But the number is not very nice, isn't it? So you might want to tweak a bit so it looks nice. Maybe it's 55.
55 over here.
Yeah, up to you. It's up to you. But this is suggesting. This can be SBL. If Mr. Rajesh is still around, this can be SBL. And then the online components is way below 50%, the allowed percentage.
This one?
It's just fine. Except that, if you look very closely, look very closely here. Okay, so 23, 16, 12. So the suggested SLT would be 40, 40, 20. So it's supposed to be 3 credit hour course. So 14, 14, 8 will be the nice number.
14?
So for 14, 8 hours for assessment. So you are a bit way out. Okay. So keep it in that range if possible for 3 credit hour course.
Okay.
Possible. So you're seeing that a bit mismatched there. Too much on the content, the material. Isn't it? So you're going to cut down on that. Try to force it to become 14 or 15, 16 is just fine. But then you have to compensate somewhere else in the conventional.
Okay. Try.
Yeah, you have to try. Because this is manipulation. This is the true course outline. I mean, what you are delivering this semester. This is what's happening. Okay?
Okay, I see.
All right. So thank you, Dr. Vivian.
Welcome.
So that is going to call for major correction as well.
Yeah.
It's okay. First trial, no good. Second trial, looks better. The third trial, not so perfect. Yeah, it's always like that, isn't it? Okay, so I think we have come to 9 minutes before we adjourn our workshop. So if I can see from the chat, I am seeing somebody behind the screen, behind TLC, has already posted some flowery kind of feedback form. Okay, and fill in the evaluation. So just put in somewhere right at the end your honest response saying that how do you want the direction of the workshop, because we are still new. I'm doing this in the form of first casual chat. Secondly, I'll take it into workshop. Okay, meaning extend it to 4 hours. But 4 hours may not be enough. We need to have more time for hands-on activity. So the next plan is to visit you at the college and then we do this together. Everyone hands ready with a course outline, and provided that you understood something, at least you get something from here. We're going to meet again for the next thing, workshop. No workshop. I think I don't like workshop. I think 2 hours basis. It wouldn't take so much of time, isn't it? To tweak on your SBL template and your course outline. And we're gonna get it ready. To those who wants it to be ready for the special semester, you are welcome to post into the evaluation form, the suggestion. And then if you want to be prepared for semester 1 rollout, then we are going to have to devise a way to get everyone ready with a real SBL template. Okay. But again, subjected to the accreditation bodies. Okay, so for COEans, for COE people, I'm very keen to have this SBL because it's good, it's beneficial for the students. But at the same time, we have to keep with the standards. We cannot allow ourselves to have more than so much of online components. So that is something for the COE. I'm not sure about CCI. Maybe it's the same case, but online is always complementing what we have for the physical classroom teaching. Okay, so that's about all. That's from me. So to recap, I think I fulfilled all the objectives. And so at the end of the workshop, you should be able to see, at least to have the slightest idea of how to use the template. And thank you so much to Mr. Rajesh and Dr. Vivian for sharing your templates and seeing how we can further improve it. And the slides can be downloaded from the chat on January. And should you have any questions, you can always have a follow-up thingy on the chat because it's still going to be here after the session, after the workshop. Okay, so should you have any questions, you can feel free to throw it here. Okay, right. So I'm not sharing anything. So thank you so much for attending this workshop. So you know how important it is. What is the university without excellent teaching and a good student experience? So rest assured that we are still doing our research fully. That is our direction now. But do not forget that we are here facing the students, and that is the direct kind of connection with us. So it's our responsibility to deliver to the best level of our best. Okay, so thank you very much all. Is there any question? One last question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's not a question. That is a statement. Thank you, Dr. Vivian. Okay, how about the rest? Anybody else who wants to show show your concern, yeah? Show your concern about the SBL rollout or perhaps the direction of the university adopting SBL. How is it going to be like in my course? Is it going to be, after all the workshops, I think that I'm not going to do SBL. So if you got that impression, feel free to consult me. Perhaps we can rectify anything that we might have missed. Okay, and hopefully we have a clear understanding of what SBL is all about. It means it replaces whatever that you're doing in the classroom, physical, but substituting means that substituting it with better replacement materials, meaning online. What online can do, powerful as it can be, to replace your lecture if it were to be conducted in the classroom. So online lectures, take the advantages from there and see how you can deliver better in your courses. So that's all from me. So I'm not sure whether the moderator is here. Dr. Zulman, are you in? Have you finished your class? Ain?
Jana,
Yeah? Yeah, Prof?
maybe last question.
Tak apa.
In general, from your experience ataupun what you have gathered so far, would students prefer the traditional or BL or SPL?
Okay.
Or depending on
The nature of the class.
nature of class.
Nature of the class. So if it involves a lot of calculation kan, Prof? Macam my course sendiri pun, I have 5 weeks to dedicated to calculation. They appreciate it very much. Mula-mula diorang tak faham. They don't
appreciate
understand.
what?
Appreciate
The online content.
the online content.
Okay.
We have been going on with the online content kan, tapi I'm just saying that it is supplementary. It's not regarded as it's a support BL, support. Maksudnya dia complementary sahaja. Tapi to replace it fully dengan lecture dan juga kelas activity, maksudnya we have to go online bila nak teaching the topic. So at first they didn't understand it very well. The acceptance level was quite low because judging from the attendance, maybe because of kelas yang pagi pukul 8, tapi alhamdulillah it went better because they appreciate it much lah, sebab kita ada tunjuk all the steps everything macam tutorial lah. Tapi kalau kat dalam classroom susah juga sebab the arrangement, the chairs, everything, especially when they sitting at the back, you tak nampak and then you miss some steps kan. So they ended up taking pictures. So that is not learning actually, because it's just going to make the phone storage dia becomes more full lah kan, fuller. So somehow itu je lah. Depends. Andai kata mengajar electronics from past experience. Dulu kita buat BL macam biasa-biasa je. Tapi adalah buat Padlet ke ataupun kita buat quiz dekat Brighton, Moodle masa tu. So somehow appreciate juga. Tapi diorang tak nampak. Diorang tak nampak jelas lah. Is it SBL ke BL ke? Yang diorang tahu we are using tools untuk mengajar. Is it assisted teaching? Ataupun kita replace terus aktiviti dan juga cara mengajar tu, diorang tak kisah sangat pun. As long as kita clearly cakap dekat the students, this is the potential benefit, advantage kenapa we convert it to online. Ada sebab dia. Sebab tu kita selektif. Andai kata tadi macam yang memerlukan macam tutorial. Macam Rajesh tadi, si programming tu, semua ada video. Tapi Rajesh tak guna dia sebagai main. Okay, main lecture video. Dia bukanlah main, dia adalah support. So kat situ student akan nampak dia bahan bantu mengajar. So we have to be very clear. Acceptance level, they have experienced the fully online learning before. They don't like it, they hated it. Tapi if we make them understand, then it's okay. So hopefully ni menjawablah soalan Prof. Acceptance level diorang. Adakah diorang mencurigai okay, blended learning ni ke? Kita dah moving to SBL. I'm yet to do a survey acceptance level kepada semua student sebab kita ada pilot course sekarang. So kita akan dapat tahu at the end of the semester when we evaluate dan assess dia punya outcome based on survey dan juga performance class. So nanti dah habis final exam kita akan selidik lah. Okay, how the SBL tu berjaya tak? Dan juga akan di-compare dengan BL biasa-biasa. So adakah BL biasa-biasa ni better than SBL? We are yet to know.
Because I'm also thinking whether would this help attract students to come to Uni 10 lah kan? Are we seen as traditional or are we seen as modern? Are we seen as progressive going forward to be
betul.
macam tu lah kan?
Hasrat dia, the reason why kita ni kan IPTS kan, sepanjang nak cerita dah pukul 1. IPTS ni selalunya we are free to do and decide what we want to do. Kalau BL tu dikatakan it is support complementary, then most of the time it's just BL support je lah. Kita ada material, tolong baca ni, inilah dia macam mana dia membantu mengajar kita kan. But somehow when it comes to SBL, dia attraction atau tidak, saya takut satu je dipandang sebagai, dia punya hala tuju SBL ni sebenarnya nak mengurangkan tuition fee. Sebab kata saya tadi awal-awal, tuition fee. Sebab dia nak mengurangkan kos pelajar berada di Unit 10, katakan, di kampus. Dan selebihnya yang minggu-minggu yang online tu duduk kat rumah sebenarnya. So dengan cara itu dia reduce the tuition fee. Dan dia menjurus ke arah tu sebenarnya. So that is something that I don't like to discuss so much. Tapi we look into the benefit. Benefit dia ialah student will benefit better kalau ada videos, ada supporting secara online, etc. Dia dah jadi macam ODL sikit lah. Dah lama tak nampak student. Sekejap-sekejap nampak, sekejap tidak nampak. So, kita tak pasti lagi macam mana penerimaannya. Tapi, clearly we have to indicate to students our semester, this is the plan. Beberapa minggu kita akan online. Ianya bukan kelas ganti, tapi dia adalah terus substitute. Kita buat secara online. So, itu masalah dia. So, student kata kenapa dia yang masalah dia terkejut-terkejut tiba-tiba terus online tomorrow katakan. So itu yang kita nak elakkan. So we come with a plan. So I believe students acceptance dan kefahaman tentang SBL tu will be built lah, will be better. So hopefully dia menjawab soalan Prof, but we clearly do not see so much lah. In terms of performance, BL tu ada improvement. Banyak sangat improvement dia. Sebab diorang dapat belajar dan tengok balik recorded video ataupun dia buat banyak benda lain lah online. Kita bagi supplementary material. Sebab itu model yang kita pakai. Tapi SBL replace terus, kita tak nampak lagi macam mana dia punya impact lah. Okay, Prof.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Soalan yang bagus. So, semoga kita semua ambil cakna lah. Okay, all this SBL implementation, roll out will be just around the corner. Siapa yang akan teaching for your special SEM, that is the hala tuju, you want to start now. But you'll be seeing more of us coming to your college lepas ni. Sebab kita tak naklah buat workshop macam ni kan, sebab tak semua orang involved. So, kita akan buat secara fizikal. Nampak tak di situ ada disadvantage? Okay, so kita akan buat secara fizikal, tapi kita buat hybrid. Boleh juga. So I'll see you again, maybe after Raya. So we'll see more of this coming into your calendar. Right, so thank you very much all. I hope you have gathered as much material ataupun knowledge as much as you can. And then be prepared with the upcoming semester. So enjoy your teaching. We are just in week 10, so it's a long way to go.